Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Colchester Town Hall in the city of Colchester. We've got a really exciting evening this evening. We've got 6 guests. We've got a couple of portfolio holders, including the leader. We've got the chief executive of the council here. And I'm delighted to see enthusiastic members of the public in the gallery, which is always welcome. So, without further ado, there are no practice evacuations anticipated this evening, but if an alarm does sound, please make your way downstairs in an orderly fashion and use whatever available staircase you find to safely get out of the building and go to the town hall car park. This meeting is being broadcast live across the YouTube, the internet, and it'll be recorded so we can all catch up and do our homework in the future and see what we've said. Discreet use of mobile phones and electronic devices is fine, but please, if you can turn them off now, that'd be great so we don't get any noisy disturbances of ringtones, etc. We will have a break this evening at 7:30. If it's possible, we might conduct one of the main items before then so that we can enable our guests to be on their way. And I have, for the keen-eyed person there, I have swapped around the order of this evening. Sorry, Councillor King, but I felt that our guests deserve to get off because there's quite a lot of them here tonight. Okie dokie. My name is Councillor Darius Laws. I am a councillor for Rural North Ward and I'm the chairman of the Scrutiny Panel. And we will have an introduction from everyone else in the room around the table, I think. And I'm going to start with Councillor Arnold, please.
Councillor Arnold, and I represent Stanway Ward.
Councillor Sam McCarthy, representing Shrub End Ward.
Councillor Faith Smalls, representing Old Heath, The Hythe and Rowhedge.
Sam McLean, Newtown and Christchurch.
Owen Howell, Clerks of the Committee.
Jessica Douglas, Head of People and Support to the panel.
Dennis Willets, Lexton and Brazen Ward.
Councillor Thomas Rowe, representing Rural North Ward.
Karen Turnbull, Economic Strategy Specialist.
I'm Alison Andreas. I'm the Principal and Chief Executive of Colchester Institute.
Oliver Brown, General Manager of Wivenhoe House Hotel, the Edge Hotel School.
Sam Good, Chief Exec of the Our Colchester Bid.
Simon Mead, Chief Executive of Colby, which is the Colchester Business Enterprise Agency.
Rob Singh, Director of Research and Enterprise at the University of Essex.
Catherine White, Innovation Director at the Innovation Centre Knowledge Gateway on the University of Essex campus.
Thank you, Chair. David King, Leader of the Council.
Alison Jay, Portfolio Holder for Economy, Transformation and Performance.
Thank you, everyone. Great to welcome you here tonight. Right, we have no substitutions. We are a full house, it would seem, so that's great stuff. Urgent items. None that I am aware of. Okay. Declarations of interest, councillors. None from me. I see none. The question is, are we happy with the minutes from the previous meeting of the 3rd of October 2023? I'm happy, so I propose they're good. I see consensus. Great. And we move on to item 6, General Have Your Say. I have 4 members of the public that I'm aware of who would like to have your say. So I will first call up Wendy Smith, please. Hi, Wendy, you've got 3 minutes from the moment you hit the button. We may respond to your point of view, and then you'll have a further minute, I think, is how it works. But please use this at all times so that everyone in the room can hear and so it works on the live recording. And welcome, thank you for coming along. Over to you.
No worries. Thank you all as well, by the way, for being here. It's nice to come and actually see who represents us in our county. So I just want to say who I am before I start. So my name is Wendy Smith. I'm a former Paralympic wheelchair basketball player, and I do consider myself quite an upstanding member of the community. Over the last few years, it's just come to my awareness that there are many things that are being railroaded through, not just from like government, but locally as well. And I do actually have some concerns. One from a disability point of view, for if we go over to certain things. I won't go into the climate change emergency now, because I'm sure you've all heard it to death, what everybody's thoughts are. But I do actually have some concerns for mobility and different aspects. But because of what has recently been coming up and with the changes that are wanting to be made, I was just wondering at what point, sort of now, are you guys going to decide to open these subjects up to public debate, or at least a public meeting? Because obviously we're all, you guys in here as well, are part of the community, and you represent us as our sort of community leaders. And I do think that public opinion really should be listened to now on these subjects, rather than things just be pushed through. So at what point are you guys actually going to hold a public meeting, is what I want to actually know, based around the climate change emergency? That's my question, thank you.
Great. Well, you're sat right next to the leader of the council there, who heads up the executive. The sentiment of what you've said, welcome. You're always welcome to come here and have your say. This is the scrutiny panel. I mean, we don't necessarily have the ability here to facilitate and call that public meeting in this forum, but you're perfectly entitled to ask your own councillors, the council, to have these conversations. We don't shy away from them. We've had some really good discussions in this place around some of the concerns around the provenance of what's going into EV batteries. For example, I think that debate is an ongoing one that we're all alive to, and I certainly welcome that conversation as someone who drives both a diesel car and an electric bicycle. So your comments are noted. Thank you for coming along, and let's keep the discussion going.
My pleasure. So where would I get an answer to that? Will there be a public meeting based around this, so we can actually? Will there be a public meeting based around this?
I mean, you're in a public place. This is a public meeting, and your question has been heard. How you go about facilitating that from a operational point of view? I mean, there was a recent public meeting in Colchester Institute around climate and what is being done around that. I think your best place to come to probably the environment panel, or ask the leader if there is a way of facilitating that. But I'm certainly not here. I don't have the ability to say, yes, you can have the town hall and have that discussion.
Oh, okay.
If you see what I mean.
Yeah, well, I've not been to one of these before, so
Sure.
it would be the first place to start, to actually find out what do we do as a community to start addressing these issues, so public opinion is heard. So where do you suggest?
I think you take this moment offline with the leader of the council and see where he thinks is appropriate to try and facilitate something for you. But you've certainly got the environmental panel in here who regularly look at nuances and detail, and you can obviously come to full council itself in the chamber, which happens I think 5 times a year, in which all 51 councillors, because we're only a fraction here, all 51 are there representing the entirety of Colchester. So it's at that point, if you've got a point to get across, you come along and you have your say.
And how do I have a conversation with this lovely gentleman to my right?
He's going to have a chat with you shortly. Okay, thanks for your time. Okay, I'm next going to call up Terry Charles, please. Terry. Terry, can you hit the button, please, sir? The red button. Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's a similar theme as the previous speaker. The questions I have are very brief, so I won't be taking up 3 minutes. I've been watching the council over the past few months and the public engagement. However, what I am yet to see is the council really responding to the public. What I've seen so far, it's not happened. The council seem to be, the people seem to be asking reasonable questions, questions which the council themselves, in my opinion, should also be asking. Now that the public are asking for a public meeting to explore some of these issues, which I am increasingly interested in, unfortunately, I don't see the council working towards achieving that either. Surely it is in the public interest and the council's interest. Therefore, I have to ask a question. What problem does the council have with providing a public meeting? Now, when I say a public meeting, I'm not talking about 20 or 30 people here. I'm talking about the public, members of the public, great numbers of the public. Now, I do a lot of community work and I speak to a lot of members of the public, and there's a lot of disillusioned, disappointed people. It's about time, in my opinion, that the council start to listen to the people, because there's a lot of disappointed people outside there. And I'm here speaking on my behalf, but also on people outside as well. So my question is, again, same thing. When are the council going to hold a public meeting, if not 20 or 30 people, but put another nought on the end of that perhaps? Because it needs to be done. The people are asking for the council to actually start representing them, and they can start by actually listening to the people and holding that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I mean, you've heard my answer earlier. You're sat next to the leader of the council there. We're the scrutiny panel. We have a strict agenda of what we're looking at tonight. I will ask the leader for you if he will have a conversation with you. I'm sure he would be delighted to facilitate a wider conversation. All right? Leader.
I'm not sure if we have other speakers on the same subject, so I was going to wait till the end, if I might, and then offer a few remarks.
Let's do that. Let's call up Brian, please. Just to reiterate, Brian, this is not the executive function of the council. I'm not the leader of the council. You're sat next to him, okay?
Okay, good evening. This is going to be short and sweet as well. In the last few months, we've heard questions being asked, facts being aired, and little in the way of constructive responses. Surely it is time for the public to know who at the council is resisting transparency. At the last full council meeting, there was a unanimous show of hands in support of transparency. Surely we must now have a full vote in the council to see who is it that does not support a public meeting. Should this not be put as a motion onto the next full council meeting?
You've been heard.
Thank you.
Okay.
Brian. I'll pick all this up when, if you've got other colleagues to follow. If it's just you, you'll get the benefit.
Lance? Okay, so we've taken 3 members of the public's calls for a public meeting to discuss some of the narrative around the environmental concerns that are out there. I'm going to welcome the leader of the council to respond to the requests for a public meeting.
First of all, thank you. And every member of the council here knows what it's like to come and sit. It can feel quite uncomfortable here. I'm not saying you are, and we don't want you to be, but we know that it can be. So I want to say to all 3 of you, to Wendy and sorry, who's my second speaker, Terry. I want to thank the 3 of you on behalf of fellow members, first of all. That's the first thing. The chair has said what we have to say, which is we have a formal process for very good reasons. That formal process ensures we cover the breadth and depth of what the council has a responsibility for, or what it has an opinion on, which includes absolutely issues around environment and climate, of which there have been at different times some very intense discussions, both in full council and in what we call panels. So when a smaller group of us like this gather, and we'll spend far too many hours, like you tonight, walking through the detail and testing the expert opinion and the balance of argument. That's the way we're structured, that's the way we have to work. But it's also true that we look for other opportunities to engage. And I will just sort of say this to you, that when we talk about the depth of public opinion, members here will have their own sense of this from their constituents and from those that they talk to, who have either an expert opinion or profess to have one. So we'd like to think, representing the people across the city, that we do have a good sense of what a public opinion is. But that doesn't exclude the passion, the feeling, and the desire to know more from some. And so the 3 of you have provided us a challenge, how to fit your wish to have a conversation, a discussion, into our framework. We can do that in the way that the chair described earlier. We can have a look at the business that we address. That provides a structure that works for us, and it has to work for us as well. But it might not work for you if what you want is a place in which there is a discussion. So I think the thing I've got to take away and have a conversation with you and others is exactly how you would frame the question and the challenge for us. And then we can have a look at how we might best serve that. The only conversations we'd have, I think, in a public place would have to be ones which have some balance to them and have some what we would like to think is expert opinion, but that's a conversation we can walk through. So that's why I would say, if I could, Chair, and to our visitors tonight, and I'm happy to sort of walk away for a few minutes, if you'll excuse me, to have that conversation in a little bit more depth in private.
Okay, is that something to make you relatively happy this evening? Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll call Lance and I will relieve the leader to go and have a quick offline conversation about how we might facilitate that public meeting. It's a pity that we don't have access to the moot hall at the moment, because that would have been an obvious gift that the leader might have suggested, but we can't get up there at the moment. Lance, good evening, sir.
This is just a quick one. Obviously, around about, 4 months ago, I was here last, and I was bringing to the attention some issues I had with lawfulness of the searches. I haven't had any reply, so unfortunately, it's now with the fellow who's just buggered off. So just to sort of say, I really do need the replies to the questions that I was raising. And then lastly, just to say also that this lady behind me, she still hasn't had any reply to the assault that was conducted upon her. I think that would be appreciated. And then lastly, last month, the security on the door for the full council meeting, they informed me on the way in that they'd been reassured by the council that searches were lawful. That's fine, I've got no problem with that, because what that means is there must be an opinion within council, and I'll draw your attention to, I think it was Councillor Dundas in the last full council meeting, made a very correct point, which, there was some very correct things said that night. I was quite pleased to hear some of them. He said the council owns nothing. It's all the ownership of the people, and yourselves included. So that opinion is not something that should be closely held. So I'd very much like to see that legal opinion, because I still believe, until proven otherwise, that I'm right, councillor wrong. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Lance, thanks for coming along, for putting on record that you haven't had a satisfactory or any response yet. So I will personally take that up with the leader offline after tonight. I'm going to say something that I haven't planned to say, but I'm going to do it because you've given me the opportunity to do it, which is that you're absolutely right. This council doesn't own anything. It's Colchester that owns all of this. A little plea from me to you and to some of the people that you're working with. We have members of staff here who are members of staff, all right, and they're not elected. Some of us here are elected. We're kind of fair game. You can film me. You can approach me in the street particularly if I'm wearing my badge. You can ask me a legit question. But there are members of staff here who are just doing a job, and I think some of the filming of them isn't necessarily always very fair. They're doing their job. It's just an observation I make. I'm fair game. You can ask me anything you want. But we've got people that are just coming here to do a shift and want to go home. I would be really grateful if we could kind of bear that in mind in the conversations that you're having with some of your colleagues. Because I think actually, if we can cut away some of the perceived antagonism, we can have a better conversation.
To be fair, I would hope. I wasn't here. I wasn't involved with the early days of approaches to council. I think the public engagement, I think it's fair to say that it was probably slightly misdirected in its very early days. I don't think there's anyone amongst the people, certainly that I speak with, I can't speak for everyone, and I probably wouldn't want to, that understand exactly how we should conduct ourselves as you do. And I don't think there's any argument there. I do think that constructive dialogue, and this is where we're trying to get to be fair, is what's really needed. I think the guys tonight are trying to angle towards a constructive dialogue that is not, say, restricted to a 3-minute scenario, because frankly, you and I both know that it's unlikely we're going to develop much in that environment. I will certainly take on board what you've said. I would hope, and to be fair, I think it's probably true to say that I don't actually need to have that conversation with anyone. And if I do, those people are nothing to do with me. Anyway, thank you. And,
thank you for giving me that chance. I just thought, it was an opportunity for me. Thank you. And I'll speak to the leader about why you haven't had your response yet. Okay, right. I don't have any indications of any other members of the public that wish to say anything tonight, so I will progress. We have lots to get through. Decisions taken under special urgency provisions, there are none. Moving on to item 8, cabinet or portfolio holder decisions called in for review. There are none that I'm aware of. Item 9, item requested by members of the panel or other members, and we do have one, so I will hand us over briefly to Councillor Willits.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a leftover from a previous item. Colleagues will remember that some long time ago we scrutinised certain questions presented to us by the Cabinet in regard to the charging policy for the curbside collection of garden waste. Amongst the papers that was presented to us was a statement of the income that was expected from the imposition of charges. And I asked, and I think the answer was also wanted by several other members of the panel, we had an income statement, but there was very scant detail on how the cost of collection would vary with different levels of uptake of the garden collections. And it almost seemed to me, and I'm not quite sure that it was minuted, the answer was, it makes no difference whether we collect garden refuse from one household or from 80,000 households, the cost of collection will still be £1.8 million because we've got the trucks, we've got the staff, and we're not going to sell the trucks, we're not going to make any reductions in the staff. And to me, this seemed an absolutely illogical position. I made several requests for the modelling, the financial modelling, to show how the costs of collection would vary with the number of subscribers. And that information has not been given to me, despite the assurances that it would be, which makes me rather frustrated when we don't get the information that we want. And this is a sort of a reasonable request so that we can see just how the introduction of charges will improve the revenue position of the council. So in the absence of that information being provided, I'm now asking the Scrutiny Committee to formally take on a request for a proper financial model of the business case for charging of curbside collections, so that we can fully comprehend it. And it's not a difficult issue, and it will only take a few minutes of panel time to look at it. The issue here is that the information has been withheld from us, and there is no reason why that information should have been withheld from us. I did a certain amount of asking offline, and one of the statements that came back was they didn't really understand what we'd been asking for at the scrutiny panel meeting, which is why we've been told to go and look at the cabinet papers, which did not contain the information that we wanted. So to obviate any further misunderstanding, I've provided a sort of worked example of what I would like to see, showing the business case with the costs, well, the amount of money we're going to get in from charging over the next 3 years, and the sort of analysis I would have expected to have seen in regard to the cost of providing that service for, in the first year, only 11% or thereabouts of the customers who currently receive the service. And I think it'd be wholly unreasonable to say that if we're providing the service for only 11% of customers, we should still incur the whole £1.8 million of collection charges. So rather a long answer, Chairman, but I just ask that this item be added to the the work programme so that we can formally squeeze this information out of the finance department or whoever is sitting on it and not giving it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willits. Okay, I mean, I don't detect there that Councillor Willits is coming at this with malicious intent to wreck about or make politics out of this. I think it's a legitimate point he raises. Unless anyone disagrees, I'm very happy that a short amount of time is found on the work programme, looking at the clerk, to fit this one in with reasonable notice to officers concerned. I think it's reasonable, unless anyone disagrees. Okay, all right. Councillor Willits, your request is gladly accepted.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, could I just get a more definitive nod from everyone that that's okay?
Let's raise our hands in support. Lovely.
Thank you, everyone.
Great.
Unanimous.
Right, so we're going to have item 11 now, which was item 10, but I'm switching them around, and I can see that Councillor King is still having an interesting conversation in the corridor, and it's a shame because I'm sure what we're all about to hear will be really, really useful and enlightening. So I'm going to have to be strict this evening, guests. I'm really sorry, but I know you could all be here individually for hours, telling us all the good stuff you're doing. But what we're going to do, in the interest of brevity and getting home safely, is we're going to have an introduction to the report from our officer, and then 5 minutes from each of yourselves, and then we'll open it up to the room, and then we can have a bit to and fro and a discussion and work out how this place can help you and how you can help Colchester generally. So I will introduce Karen Turnbull.
Thank you, Chair. This report and the presentations from our guests this evening attempt to answer the question put by Scrutiny earlier this year about Colchester's readiness around skills for the future. The world of work is changing. The pandemic, the departure from the EU, demographic, technological and legal changes are driving considerable change in how business is delivered and how people feel about the work they do and their ability to do it. Colchester is a growing place, a city once more. The local plan identifies key areas of employment land, such as the garden community and at the University of Essex. Examples of how new opportunities for doing business in Colchester will come forward in the future. Maybe this will be supported with the multi-million-pound investment in digital infrastructure, and so that might well attract tech businesses, for instance, and so we need those skills. So the question asked by the panel is very timely. Colchester reflects the UK in general in terms of its business demography. The economy of Colchester comprises some 7,500 enterprises, 97.5% of which are micro or small, and only 2.5% are medium or large. And in fact, 88% are under 9 employees. So that's very typical of Colchester and the UK. It's a very challenging business environment right now as these small businesses struggle with rising costs, recovering from the pandemic, and national political and economic uncertainty. The report this evening defines what we mean by skills, why they're important to the labour market, and for people personally. It outlines the skills landscape locally, identifies key issues nationally around skills and the labour market. The supply of skilled labour and the availability of skills education and training continues to be a major structural issue for the UK economy. The report concludes that because Colchester has a rich menu of training and skills development provision across a variety of providers, Colchester is well positioned to provide those skills needed for the future. And the reason why we say this is that Colchester, its businesses, the training and education providers, business support organisations, professional industry organisations, as well as the council, are seeking every opportunity to help businesses and local people alike to trade efficiently and effectively, raise productivity, and to have the skills to enable businesses to satisfy their customers so that they can compete effectively. We are joined by 6 guests this evening who together form the backbone of Colchester's skills provision. They represent 2 stages of education and businesses at all stages of evolution and different sectors worked in. So if I could just hand over now to Alison, who will tell you about Colchester Institute.
Thank you. I have got some slides actually. I think Owen's about to pop those on, if that's okay. But I'll kick off as time is short. Thank you for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here this evening as representative and Chief Executive of what I believe is the largest skills provider in Colchester, indeed in North Essex. And if I can go to my next slide, I've just got some figures on there to give you a sense of the size and scope of what it is we're offering. So we're an organisation with a £40 million turnover, around 900 staff and almost 9,000 students came through our doors during 22-23, and we expect that to be the same or perhaps greater this year. And they're engaged in a range of different types of programmes. So the largest group are our 16 to 18 or 16 to 19-year-old students, mainly on full-time courses, but we have nearly 2,000 adults engaging in qualifications, well over 3,000 qualifications, apprentices, well over 1,500 of those, 1,400 of which left with a qualification last year, but that's not because some didn't, it's because some continued into the next year. Apprenticeships can take a long time, and the same with degree level students. And then we also have an area of the college called CI Business Solutions, which offers exactly that, solutions to businesses. It offers non-government funded training to employees and self-employed individuals, and we saw around 1,000 of those last year. If you go to the next slide, please, Owen. And these are the types of programmes that those students are pursuing. So all of our programmes are what you would call professional and technical training, sometimes called vocational programmes. Levels 1, which is the kind of lower grades of GCSE in level and educational level through to master's level. And there are examples there of the kinds of programmes our students are on. You'll see the omission from that is A-levels. They're done very well by the local sixth form college. And so we kind of do everything around that for a good number of students. The next slide, please. Mindful of time. And these are the subjects that we offer. And if you look at that list and don't feel just a little bit excited, I feel sad, because I do. And it really is a vast range of skills and skills priorities that we're offering to young people and adults in all of those areas, roughly divided into the areas of applied programmes, more classroom-based, but very much applied. Technical programmes, what we call enabling courses, so they're not about particular business sectors or industry sectors. We have some professional apprenticeships there as well. And this list is not exhaustive. I just couldn't fit them all on the slide, so I picked the best ones. But it is a broad range. And the thing that I really want you to kind of take away from this is that all of these programmes are delivered very much in conjunction with employers. So employers are informing our curriculum on a day-to-day basis. They're also participating in training our staff, in training our students, in offering work placements and offering apprenticeships to those students. So we do have a genuinely employer-informed curriculum. We meet with employers all the time who tell us what it is, what skills it is, what knowledge it is, what behaviours they want the people joining them in their organisations to have. But I was asked in particular to talk about green skills today, and so having said that, I'll just move on. And the next slide is very, very quickly just to say that we don't just teach green skills, but we actually walk the walk as well as talking the talk. And this is just a little bit about us as a business and an organisation, how we are working towards reducing our own carbon footprint. It's probably a bit too much in there to go through now, given that I'm on the clock. So I'll move on and say that before we can kind of think about, could I just have the next slide, please? Where the green jobs of the future are, or where the green skills are going to be needed, we need to know where the green jobs will be. And again, not an exhaustive list, but these are some of the areas where there are going to be different and new skills required, as well as a good number of traditional skills as well. So on the next slide, I've just listed a few of the courses that the college has put on to address some of the more immediate needs around carbon literacy and carbon reduction, around electric vehicles, and around, in particular, construction and engineering. And we were very pleased to receive some strategic development funding to help us to put new programmes in place that are not yet government funded because they're so new. Awarding organisations haven't yet necessarily developed programmes in these areas, and so we've developed them ourselves again with employers, and we're going to continue that work with the Local Skills Improvement Fund starting very shortly. On the next slide, I'm just making a statement really to say that yes, there are going to be lots of new skills needed, and we're developing those and we're putting them into our programmes. But actually, the Green Skills Challenge now is about volumes, and it's about encouraging people, all of students, to gain skills in a range of sectors, but in particular in engineering and construction. And on the next slide, I think there should be some information about the fact that 2 in every 5 students at Colchester Institute is on a course that I think will directly support the green jobs of tomorrow. So all of these areas are where we're going to first need skills in order to assist, for example, nuclear energy plants, Sizewell C and so on. They will be drawing their workforce from North Essex without question, as will the garden community. And we've been talking to the people at the garden community, as we have those at the Freeport down in Harwich, about the sorts of skills that they will be needing, not just to develop those sites and plants and so on, and there's lots and lots of sustainable modern methods of construction going in and so on. We've been talking to them about the skills that they're going to need. And then I think just to kind of conclude on my next slide is my statement really, which is that I think sustainability now needs to be the 4th essential skill. So adding to literacy, numeracy and digital skills, we need to be adding to every student's programme green skills, and we are doing that. We're embedding that into all of our subjects. So it's not just the business of construction and engineering, but in hospitality and food studies, it's about things like sustainable food sourcing, energy efficient cooking. In art and design, it's about using sustainable materials. It's about the role of art in raising awareness. In business and marketing, sustainable business practices. In health and social care, the impacts of climate change on individuals' health, and the importance of green spaces in mental health and things like that. So to conclude, just one final slide, please, I think, which is about some of our planned projects. We'll be opening a net zero centre down at the Colchester campus early in 2024, but we also plan to add to that later in the year with some funding through the Local Skills Improvement Fund, a Green Energy Skills Centre which will have electric vehicle facilities within it. We have a longer term plan for a sustainable construction training centre, but where that's located yet is still in discussion. And we're hoping that through the Freeport activity we'll be extending our Energy Skills Centre in Harwich, which was originally set up to meet the needs of the offshore wind sector and has done so very successfully for the last 10 years. That's me done. I hope I've not gone over my time.
Thank you. Just very good, very good. Okay. Right. Let's move on swiftly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm General Manager of Wivenhoe House Hotel, and I'm not the Managing Director of the Edge Hotel School as it says here. I am the General Manager. There is a principal of the hotel school. We work very closely together, providing a wonderful commercial hotel for all things normal that you find in a hotel, but also a workplace environment for our students at the Edge Hotel School to get work experience. They are on rotation with us. They do not run the hotel, but for want of a better word, they are part of our workforce. A bit about me, I'm a master innholder of 30 years of experience in the hotel business, and that story is what brought me out of London to come here for what is a trailblazing type of education in our industry. And it's something that we are still the only one in the UK, frankly, the only one in the world that delivers hospitality education like this. We want there to be more, but they need money to start, and I'll tell you a bit about that story. I've been the general manager there since September 2014. Wivenhoe House, if I'm teaching you to suck eggs, please stop me. It's got 40 bedrooms. We have a wonderful Park Brasserie restaurant. We serve breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea and dinner on a daily basis. We have an occupancy of 70% in the year. and an average net rate of £125. That's up £40 since before the pandemic, which is no surprise to any hotelier. We host many weddings and events, tribute nights, family celebrations, and of course, next week we're starting our Christmas party season for my 10th year. Turnover of £3.5 million, and it's a fully commercial entity and a subsidiary business of the university. And yes, any surplus we make, which is pretty much zero at the moment, does go into the university in order for the university to invest in the students. Undergraduates and postgraduates now are at the Edge Hotel School, and they work alongside us on a daily basis, and they typically spend about 4 weeks at a time in the hotel. They go across all the departments, and what's very unique about us is they get bedroom experience. Lots of colleges only provide restaurant and kitchen experience, where we get bedrooms and conference and events experience to them. And obviously there's two courses. One is hospitality, and the big one, the explosion, has been the events management degrees. It was born from an idea by the Edge Foundation back in 2004. The Edge Foundation were the organisation, a vocational charity that had the idea to develop this sort of hotel school. It opened in 2012, and not only does it support hospitality, the Edge Foundation supports many vocational subjects around the country, such as the Eden Project down in Cornwall. So in our region, hospitality, by the way, I'm a Eastern Committee member on UK hospitality, so I get quite a lot of information thrown my way. And in our region, they're telling me that £500 million of turnover in the hospitality industry, with an economic value of 200 million. We employ about 5,000 people in this region. And it's one of, in every region in the UK, it's a top 5 employer. But like many industries, we do have a problem, and that is recruitment and retention. And sadly, retention is born of a legacy, I suppose, from many, many years ago. We're very sad that we still are battling that one, because actually our hours and our pay are by no means poor anymore. Yes, we work those hours that most people want to be at home or out partying, but there's a lot of things to offer. In a recent survey by UK Hospitality, more than half of businesses will reduce investment and cut staffing without continued business rate support. And I want to put that on record, that is being said an awful lot, that are, yes, I know we are receiving the cut right now. It needs to continue, otherwise investment will stop. And this is a survey from a very recent survey from UK Hospitality. And UK Hospitality have also asked the Migration Advisory Committee to add chef roles onto the shortage occupational list. The sector currently has between 10 and 20% vacancies in chefs, and that is why everybody is seeing the menus reduce and the quality of some menus reduce, because we haven't got that workforce, and that is bare fact. Now, you asked how able is Colchester to develop the skills needed for the future. I've added, what can we do? Well, there's 3 things I've written down. The first one, which is related to those chefs, is stop closing training kitchens. That's in schools and colleges, because we need the skills. They need to practice, they need to train before they come to industry. In 2025, there will be over 1 million over 50s looking for employment. And I think that's a significant area for the council to look at and focus on. We as an industry are doing as much as we can, and there are industries such as the DIY industry, B&Q, done a fantastic job encouraging the over 50s into their industries. And what more can we do for them, and how can we help those that want to go through a career change at that part of their lives, into many, many different vocational industries, actually. And then the third point, which is one of knocking my head against a brick wall, is facilitate the delivery of better education for parents and teachers of those between 14 and 16 years old about careers in hospitality. It is all too often you hear the parents and teachers. Actually, the careers advisor I did have a very long conversation with at my girls' school because in a careers advisor sort of conversation, he didn't even mention hospitality. And you know, it has to go on the list. It has to be on the list for teachers and for parents. And that's me done.
Thank you, Oliver. Comprehensive.
Can I just say, I have bought some flyers from UK Hospitality, which give the wider picture. If I could just perhaps give them to Karen and she can hand them to you guys. It's just like one of those. Yes, certainly. This is the national picture.
Okay, we'll tee up. Sam, have you got PowerPoint? No. Okay. Thank you, Oliver. Okay, over to Sam Good from the Colchester Business Improvement District.
Yeah, no PowerPoints for me tonight, you'll be glad. But I will run you through, introduction. Sam Good, Chief Exec of the Colchester Business Improvement District. So we look after just short of 500 businesses, small to large nationals in the city centre. A completely private limited company, separate from the council, working very closely with the council. So I'm just going to run through a recent project that we've undertaken called the City Workers Hub, which is focused on improving employment, skills and retention in the city centre, specifically in a report which I'm happy to circulate after this as well. So in the last 10 years, employment in the evening, nighttime economy and cultural sectors in Colchester has risen 26.6%, from 26,700 in 2012 to 33,800 in 2022. For culture and leisure activity specifically, there has been a 40% rise from 5,700 to 8,000. In recognition of this encouraging employment data, plus the fact that such a high proportion of businesses in the bid footprint sit in the hospitality and leisure sector. The Colchester Baseline Report from the recent master plan work asks, how can the master plan position Colchester as a regional social hub? Colchester has a higher proportion of tourism, nighttime retail and hospitality jobs than comparators. Despite the rise in employment and career options on offer in these sectors, they're seen to be low pay and low skilled, although the opposite is true, and so do not feature in government agency skills strategies or priorities. This has been confirmed by Chamber of Commerce's LSEP project and by CELEP. This training is not a priority for agencies beyond existing government-supported initiatives, such as general apprenticeships, the now defunct Kickstarter scheme, and broad into employment support from the DWP. So the report that we published late in 2022 analysed the significant barriers to recruitment post-COVID. Businesses then experienced additional challenges with the onset of the cost of living and utility cost crisis, the impact of Brexit, reducing number of workers from overseas, etc. Demographic change, so an older profile, fewer unemployed people and increasing long-term sick is another medium to long-term negative driver on the labour market. So our Colchester bid, in partnership with the Colchester City Council through the Leisure Recovery Board, commissioned 6 till 6 and an international leader in the leisure and hospitality sector to further explore some of the training and recruitment issues, engage with stakeholders, assess localised solutions and recommend a course of action for the bid to address. Second stage of the research developed, it became clear that the issues affecting the hospitality and leisure sector similarly affected city centre retail, professional services and almost every sector in the bid. Initial plans had been to engage businesses in directly developing routes into hospitality and leisure employment, understand current upskilling needs, to create the business wish list for training. The list goes on and on and on. But the report, which I will circulate, does highlight a selection of short-term wins that we believe will enable us to enhance and improve the employment platform for the city centre. These include the removal of barriers. So we've recently ran an employment breakfast in partnership with Culture Institute, Ellison's and Open Road to start to develop skills and training to employers and actually how easy it is to access local apprenticeships and local skills. To remove barriers to training and upskilling. So again, how do we look at not only 16 to 19-year-olds, but people who have fallen into the hospitality sector and retail sector and after 15 years hit a barrier, not even 15, after 5 years hit a barrier where they can't progress up the ladder anymore because they simply don't have the qualifications. So how do we start to look at upskilling of staff as well, not just training from a base level? To value and celebrate our city centre workers. So we've done a transport survey and worker survey last year. Colchester City Centre is now one of the hardest places to employ in the city of Colchester due to many barriers, it being transport, congestion, and many more. So what we're looking at now is actually how we make Culture City Centre a place that people want to work, not have to work. And communicating well with businesses. You know, as Karen alluded to earlier on, 97% small enterprise. They are one person bands who often don't have any time other than to service their shop or premises. So we need to start guiding them further and further into what they can access. So it leads me on to the final point. Again, I will circulate this further on. We have been in discussion with Essex County Council around something that we see as a crucial element to support our businesses, and that is a skills brokerage system for the city centre. And this is going to help our independent sector specifically to identify actually are they aware of the availability of skills, training, education, and actually how do we support them instead of it costing £10,000 to employ a new manager. Hypothetically, a bit over-exaggerated, but I'll chuck that number in. And then other things which we're moving forward to now with the Cultural Leisure Recovery Board to look at skills imaginariums. So how do we work with local partners such as the University Institute, the Edge Hotel, and much, much more such as Colby. To keep it local, we've got all of the ingredients. I think I bored the deaf out of the policy panel last time saying this analogy. We have the ingredients in Colchester, we just don't quite know how to mix them all together yet. We're getting there. Colchester is a fantastic place to be. It really is. But we are, our ambition is for the city centre to be a real living wage city centre. That's got to be the ambition we've got hit. But there is a million jobs that we've got to do before that. And firstly, it's the investment into local skills and retention. Just one more point, and I'm close to time. I'm blessed to have been fully educated in my profession, which is hospitality, at the Culture Institute. Unfortunately, back then, the in thing to do was to go to London and then put your skills in London or in Cambridge or somewhere else around the country. Never was on the table to come into Culture, and I still feel that is, despite a huge amount of work for the Institute, we as a city have a responsibility to start to retain the skills more, and I think that's the actual issue. We're training people, but we're losing them. So how do we do that? How, is it an attractive place for youth? I know we're going through the master plan conversations at the moment. Are youngsters, I sound old there, don't I? Are youngsters attracted to Colchester to stay here, or do they want to move as soon as they're trained? And we need to join with local skills, as I mentioned, to train businesses and employers more around how easy it is to access the apprenticeships and the terrified element of the apprenticeship levy. Educating people on that, but that's me.
Thank you, Sam. Lots of stimulation there. Okay, let's hear from Simon, please.
Hello, so Simon Mead, I'm the Chief Executive of Colby. So for those of you that don't know, Colby Colchester Business Enterprise Agency is a not-for-profit enterprise agency. We're based here in Colchester. We have 2 buildings that we lease off the City Council. One of them is in the city centre, just opposite the Aldi, and the other is up at the North Business Park, just off the Crescent. So we provide accommodation for some 60 SMEs and startups. That's really been Colby's remit, and that's what the buildings are there for. We have 60 odd virtual tenancies that we support, so they use the buildings as postal address, helps them with their businesses. And we're actually growing a shared workspace model as well, similar to the type of WeWork type model that we see. So that's been growing. In terms of capacity, so our North office is full, and that's a real indication, and we have a waiting list of the types of people that are operating. So Colchester and the area has always been a hotbed for SMEs and startups and people wanting to get going. The city office, which normally runs about 65%, is actually over 80% full now. We're just completing a £40,000 refurbishment of that building. When we did that at North, we saw growth come there as well. So we think they're both working very well. Everything that we generate, so any surpluses go into providing business support for the region as well. So that's really how we operate. And for those who don't know, Colby has been operating for, I think it's our 40th year. So it's a proper Colchester-based success story and institution. So we have a team of business advisors that provide that support. And what happens is we take in all the calls and then we refer people out to the business advisors, and they will have the different experiences and different specialities. So to put some numbers on that for you, obviously Colby operates across the whole of Essex, In the last calendar year, we did some 750 business advice appointments to individuals, which is a huge number. Coming back to some of the points that Karen made about the propensity for Colchester to support startups, 171 of those appointments came from Colchester, so very disproportionately high the region. So that's about 23% of them. Of those, 73 were pre-start, and that's a conversation we'll come on to in a minute, but that's where we see there's a little bit of a gap actually in existing provision. Additionally, we ran 34 digital skills courses last year across the region, with 300 odd people coming to those, so that's in addition to the other ones. And we ran 14 pre-start courses, so there really is this kind of appetite for that. The digital skills courses cover things like SEO, website development and social media. The pre-start stuff really is around working on people as individuals, helping them to understand the viability of their business, and any of the ideas that are, so are they personally sustainable for somebody? Is it a business that can actually make some money? I think another number that's quite interesting, there is a national helpline in Essex for people who are looking for business support and skills, and actually some 30% of those calls come from Colchester as well. So it really is a kind of hotbed area. Colby currently runs something called the Growth Hub, and I wonder if you could put the slide up for me. So I only have one slide, and it's quite a complicated one, and I'll leave it with you. But it's fairly indicative. So we picked up the Growth Hub contract earlier this year, and there was quite a gap in provision. So the Growth Hub has been something that has run for a while. We had a nearly 6-month gap in provision for the Growth Hub. And we picked that contract up, and that runs until March. Now that's a signposting operation. It has some elements and some funding for business advice, but actually it's our job. So we sit in the middle of all of those different types of business support that you can gain across the region. So there's a lot. It's our job to know what they all are and to direct people to the right level of support and the right place where they can find the right provision. And that could be anything from financial advice through to personal business advice, through where they may find some grant funding for their business. But strategically, it's a really important thing for Colchester to have, because it puts us right at the heart of that business provision for Essex. And I think when we look at the spectre of devolution and what that's going to mean, I think retaining that growth hub in this area is a vital thing for us to be able to do. The other thing around that is stability as well. It took us quite some time to get the growth hub back up and running. You don't want to see that go in March and leave the area. We want to try and keep it. So it's a complex web of activity, but it's our job to know what's there and how to coordinate it all. I mentioned earlier, and this is my last point, I think the skills gaps that we see, which we don't think are particularly well provided for, although that's something that we take a lot of calls on, is this pre-start. So we receive a lot of referrals from the DWP for people who want to set businesses up. And at the moment, Colby, we fund that ourselves out of our surpluses, or not surpluses, but that's something that we do ourselves. And that's where we get into helping people assess the viability of a business. It's about us working on the entrepreneur and not just on the business, because an entrepreneur can set 2 or 3 businesses up in their time. So actually it's about us giving them the skills to do that. And we look a lot into the sort of areas of introductions to business. So helping people understand the basics of accountancy, regulations, structures, company structures, cash flows and financing. And I think that's it. That's what we do.
Hang on 5 minutes. Okay, Rob, no pressure. Right, thank you for the invitation. I'll keep an eye on the time. So my role spans the whole university, so I'm going to make some general comments. I'm going to provide some background about the university, but also provide some examples about how we support our students into employment and a few perspectives. Just for the outset, most of you are probably very familiar with the university, but we were founded in 1964 for the benefit of people in Essex, and that still stands today. We have campuses in Southend and Loughton, but the vast majority of our operation is on our Colchester campus. So that's where most of our staff and students are. And it's worth also pointing out that as an organisation, we're a significant local employer in our own right. So we've got a headcount of about 5,000 people, and our staff and student operations, we estimate, contribute about 600 million to the local economy. So we have quite a significant role and our own skills needs as an organisation. As a university, we're a university that places an equal weighting on teaching and on research, and that's different to some other universities. And our mission is to be excellent in both areas. You know, I don't sort of say it's easy, you just need to be excellent at both of those things. And we've taken some really big steps over the last few years, and our performance in the government's research excellence framework, so this is the national independent kind of quality rating for research, is really good. We have 4 subjects in the top 10 for research impact, 3 for the quality of our publications, 4 for research power. But a really significant thing was for the last survey in 2021, from that to that point from the previous one in 2014, we've grown our researcher population from just under 350 full-time equivalent to over 700. And that reflects the growth of the university in general, including the student population. It also actually, if you want to think about skills needs of the local area, actually presents some potential opportunities for high-value employment. The university strategic plan sets out a vision that puts student success at the heart of our mission, and supporting every student from every background to achieve outstanding outcomes and preparing students to thrive in their future lives, and nurturing our community of educators to support those students. So obviously you can see with this mission that actually our students finding excellent jobs and employment when they graduate is vital to that. We are performing well nationally, having 5 subjects in the top 10. For the student satisfaction survey, we're in the top 30 in the Good University Guardian Good University Guide. And our Students' Union was ranked 7th for representing students' academic interests, and has been nominated for a King's Award, that we should hear about really shortly. Very hopeful about that one. And over the kind of thinking about the university as a skill, as a pipeline for talented people, over the past 50 years, more than 80,000 students have graduated for the university. So as I've said, it's really important to us that they found good graduate employment. I'm going to provide a few examples about that should illustrate how we set about trying to find experience so that they get good graduate level employment. So for example, with our sports therapy students, they spend 50 of their 200 placement hours in the purpose-built sports therapy clinic that we've developed on campus, assessing, treating, and prescribing rehabilitation to real-world patients. And that accounted for, last year, I think there were 630 odd appointments with real patients on campus to give those students the experience they need to get jobs. Students in our Department of Government and Essex Business School are working with Citizens UK and taking a Democracy in Action module, which allows them to undertake community and action-based research projects. Our School of Health and Social Care provides an advocacy model that enables 400 students to create links with the third sector and user-led organisations, encouraging students to seek advocates for people who are seeking access to health services. And a really successful initiative that's been running for quite a number of years is our Essex Law Clinic. So that provides benefit to the local community by offering free initial legal advice for problems they might have, while offering over 100 students a year a chance to work alongside qualified lawyers to advise these clients. And drawing on some of the threads that from Simon's talk, it's not just about the curriculum, it's also about what we provide in the student environment around that. And we've worked really hard to develop enterprise and entrepreneurship activities that students can access. And these teach them and help them develop a series of skills that will make them better employees when they come to seek work, but also actually enable them to plan, start and run their own businesses. And this is increasingly important for the world of work that our graduates will find now, where there aren't jobs for life, careers for life, and people have to make transitions. And in this environment, self-employment is much more likely to be part of someone's career path. And in some sectors, it's just part of the makeup of people's roles. For example, our East 15 acting school, if you're going to continue in that sector, you will be self-employed pretty much. Our work with businesses and external organisations also helps feed into the curriculum and creates opportunities for our students. We're one of the leading universities in the UK for supporting businesses with new innovation. We've got the most knowledge transfer partnerships of any university in the UK. And we've helped 100 businesses attract over £20 million worth of R&D investment in the last decade. And aligned with this, we've also developed our Knowledge Gateway. And I think Catherine will probably say more about this, but we've helped with support of the local enterprise partnership. We've developed the site, and the idea is building a cluster of businesses, some that will be tenants on the site, but others that will access support from the Knowledge Gateway to create high value employment, so opportunities for our students, but also collaborators from our researchers so that they can apply their theoretical world to real world problems. We've also established an investment network based on the Knowledge Gateway, and over 3 years it's helped businesses attract over 30 million in private investment, and some of those include graduate startups, so our students starting their own businesses. We're developing areas to meet skills shortages, notably in the health services. I'd also note as an observation that there's really high levels of demand for computer science graduates. That reflects a lot of the business collaborations that we have. And increasingly employers are requiring in these areas postgraduate qualifications for jobs, and that's driving an increase in postgraduate study. So there's been quite big growth in postgraduate taught applications and student numbers. We're keen to engage. We've heard a bit about green skills. We're a founding member of Freeport East. We're looking at how we can adapt our programme to support people into those emerging roles. And as a kind of final thought, I'd say, because I'm looking at the time, one of the things I think we want to do is actually enable the development of more high value jobs as well. So that's what we're trying to do really with our Knowledge Gateway, but also the businesses that we're working in partnership with, where often we're embedding graduates and then they go on to work in really good roles within those businesses. So that's a kind of philosophy that we have and an approach we take. Hopefully that gives you a bit of a flavour for some of the work we're doing. Thank you, Rob, and nice segue into Catherine there.
Yeah, I think it's very apt to follow Rob and say, as part of the Knowledge Gateway, so the Innovation Centre Knowledge Gateway, operated by Oxford Innovation Space, 31 innovation centres across the country, 2 of those in Essex. We've got the launch pad down in Southend recently opened. And really it fits in with the University of Essex mission to help grow businesses and grow the economy and have that interaction. And our focus is on high growth businesses. We offer a similar sort of service in some ways to Colby, but are targeting that at a slightly different sector of the market, so more technology oriented and more sort of high growth based. My role there and what is very particular about the intentions of Oxford Innovation is about growing those businesses. The idea of the centre is it is a pass-through learning space for businesses on their way to the larger office spaces, perhaps elsewhere on the Gateway or perhaps elsewhere in Colchester. So my focus, my role is dedicated business support. And so I spend my time with them one-on-one with the business founders, but also putting together the sort of education events and training events for them. Really, I want to spend most of my time talking about from their point of view and representing what I see are the key issues for them in terms of skills development, because it is such an important one. So there's 4 key areas I've made some notes on. One is about developing the development needs of existing SMEs to enable them to grow and to flourish, especially in very challenging economic climate. Another is the requirements of training for new businesses, people who have a new idea and want to start up and need the effort into that. The third one is about the roles that are available for people coming into the market in SMEs. So what should we be training people for? What are the gaps there? And then the fourth one that I think is absolutely essential is generally about growing the talent pool, and making sure that we're actually thinking about diversity, inclusion, and how we bring other people into that market. So I talk about the needs for existing SMEs. So my focus is on helping them to grow. And so you've got the sections around business skills. When you are a founder of a small business, you are wearing so many hats and juggling so much. One of the things you need is just support, but also, you've got strategic development, growth planning, people management, human resources, everything on the commercial side, legal, financial, project management, administration, and client relationship management and comms. It's a whole pile of things that you need to understand to run a business. And then you've got training needs for their staff. So they're bringing people in, they're giving these job opportunities, but they're not giant employers with huge training budgets. So they also need provision, the help through CPD programs. We do a lot with the apprenticeships at the university, internships at the university. There's a huge amount of appetite for things like the apprenticeships that the Institute offers. So there's all that side of things as well. When you come to new business founders, we're launching tomorrow as part of Global Entrepreneurship Week our new Accelerate program, which is sort of a series of business skills workshops, half-day workshops to help take people from idea through to exit. So it's helping them to learn some of those skills that I mentioned before, but really oriented around startup and growth in high growth businesses, which is everything from, how do you ensure you have product market fit, research and development, market understanding, everything you need to kick something off. Rob's talked about the sort of development support that the university offers, and our businesses tap into that a lot, and that is fundamental, in terms of if you want to move businesses towards R&D and innovation and really sort of high profit, high growth industries, is working with cutting edge research and getting that support through knowledge transfer partnerships, the new accelerated knowledge transfer, and collaborative research programs. We have companies putting in collaborative grant proposals with the university, and that's a big win to us. Job opportunities, then, we need to be preparing young people for, I think, fundamentally the biggest gap area, digital skills and the growth in data and AI skills required. I'm running out of time, so I won't go through all the other skills I've noted down here, but if anyone's interested, ask. I've mentioned opportunities with educational institutions. I think it's so important that businesses are able to feed back and spend time with students, particularly, as someone else mentioned, raising awareness of the types of jobs that are available. It's not just the hospitality industry, but technical careers, and getting people interested in all the huge variety of jobs out there, and making sure people know about their local, exciting, small employers, not just the big names that are national that everyone's heard of that suck people away to London. And then finally, just to finish on something that's very dear to my heart about growing the talent pool and ensuring that actually there is diversity and inclusion across industries. And that starts from increasing the sort of interest of young people from different groups in STEM careers, for example, breaking down some of those cultural barriers. It's about offering flexible roles to people who are lost in the workforce, like those post-maternity or recovering from health conditions. It's support for single parents, carers, people with disabilities who are incredibly talented but need that help, or it's not financially viable to be in the labour market. And then retraining and upskilling. So there was the mention of older workers, who might be able to retrain into digital skills, where their sort of former occupations may have been eroded away. There's promoting skills in underemployed groups. There's tackling for women and minorities in senior leadership roles, and retraining opportunities for people who are sort of ex-armed forces or ex-offenders to come back into the workforce. So there's quite a lot of different things I've covered, but it's to say, what is needed to promote entrepreneurial SME high growth business is a range of factors, from education and training within those businesses through to what are we teeing up the next generation for, and how are we ensuring we're making the most out of our demographics and the people who can join the labour force.
Excellent. Thank you. And I realise that was really quite hard to do because we gave you such a small amount of time, but it's been really useful and it's been quite diverse in terms of what you've talked about. I don't know how to do this really, but I think probably we'll see if councillors one by one want to get things off their chest, want to delve deep. So I'm looking at Councillor McCarthy to start with.
Happy days. Thank you, Chair. I am, for want of a better word, almost nationalistic about my love for Colchester. I'm born and bred Colchestrian, very pro Colchester, and I'd love it to be the most important place outside of London, certainly in the Eastern Counties, certainly in the home counties. Sam, you mentioned it, and retention is the thing that always gets me. Now, unbelievably, the majority of my friends are not from Colchester, but went to the university and stuck around. But the majority of my friends from school who were from Colchester have cleared off. My question to you, Sam, a bit, I love the work that you guys do. How do you think we make Colchester more attractive? What are you guys actively doing at the moment? And what do you think still needs to be done that is within your control, within the council's control? Or what do you think, and equally, what do you think is out of our control that maybe devolution could help with, perhaps? And then for the question to university, similistic, what do you actively do to keep students in Colchester? Do you have any idea in terms of student numbers, let's say on a year-by-year basis, how many actually do stick around in Colchester and how many do get jobs in the area? I know that's quite tricky, but I'd just love to know. And what more do you think we can do? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Two great questions there. Sam to start with, then Rob.
Didn't write them down in time, so hopefully I can cover them. Yes. So I think most have covered it in terms of the skills provision. I think it's evidence that it's all going on in Colchester. For me, in the city centre, I think our biggest barriers to employment, retention and skills are probably national issues. However, there are local issues which are knocking down hospitality and leisure businesses specifically at the moment. Obvious ones being that it is twice as expensive to work in the city centre than it is outside in a retail park or a business park. It's not to their fault, but to our fault that this is the barriers we can definitely break down. So how do we use the new RTS scheme to attract more employees to access the city centre easily? That's first of all. The earlier quick win, which we're actually already on the journey with the Institute and the university and partners, are actually education of employers. For me, I wouldn't say it's worrying because I absolutely understand why it is the case, but we have got a long journey ahead in simplifying, making it easier. As Catherine said, these one-person bands who are drowning amongst many, many crises, but also telling them, hold on, you need to spend this amount of time on training your staff, finding out about apprenticeships. People are terrified of apprenticeships, and we found out very recently from the Institute it's so easy to get an apprenticeship. So they're the barriers that we can definitely break down, and especially on a local level. I'm not going to go national. Does that cover all your questions?
Yeah. I'm going to jump in there, Sam, if I may, both of you, Sams, and just to drill a bit deeper, because we're talking about retention here, and particularly young people working in the city centre, and obviously you look after the city centre. It's pretty much the Roman wall, isn't it, your patch? Is it important that this authority does what it can around public realm and some of the perhaps artistic endeavours, or maybe our museums? Does that matter? Because there are some difficult conversations being had in local authorities up and down the country right now about the level of subsidy that goes towards some of those things, because we're in difficult times. But those kinds of things, do they matter to your employees that are working in the centre to make it a vibrant and exciting place? Or does it not matter? And would they rather just have free car parking?
Yes, so I would say that is secondary. It's very, very important to have a place that people want to be and they want to dwell. One of the reasons we put the parklets on the high street is one of them exact reasons that Colchester lacks, other than the Castle Park, places to dwell and enjoy green spaces. So that's absolutely important. And from the engagement we had with businesses and workers, they don't just choose a place of work based on the name and the place of work. It is the actual location and the community. So absolutely. However, it is secondary to the primary fact that there is no point in building something if it's not a place where people want to be. And for me, the big engagement, which we are getting there very slowly, but we've got a long way to go, is the youngsters and the youth who at the moment are massively disengaged with their place, not only in the city centre, but in Colchester. And that's in a personal opinion, I may be wrong. I think that's the most important thing. If we can get younger people from primary school upwards interested and in love, as Sam professed earlier on, in the city centre and the city as a general, they'll naturally stay. And there'll be a place they want to invest. I do my job because I absolutely love Colchester, as most and all in this room do. So for me, that's the primary, and then the public, the investment and arts, absolutely, it's got to be important, but primary is about investment.
Okay, placemaking important. Okay, Rob, retention of your students.
Yeah, and I'll pick up a point on the context for the question. So you mentioned about a lot of your friends attending the university and then staying around afterwards, and that highlights the opportunity here. Students generally have a good experience in Colchester, and actually if we can provide them with the right employment opportunities, then they will stay in the area and make a social and economic contribution. In terms of the how many students work in the local area, this is really hard to put a figure to. So there's quite rich data that we collect and have to collect and to fit kind of national frameworks around the destination of our graduates from different subject areas. So we know how many students go into graduate level employment. We know how many go into graduate level employment related to their area of study. And that's conducted through a survey, but we've not got a geographic dimension to that. However, as a bit, to kind of support the answer a bit further, what I can say is, if you look at our student population, it's quite unusual. So we've got a lot of international students, but we've also, if you look at our UK students, we have a lot of students from the local area. And I'd imagine a substantial proportion of those seek work opportunities within the region. And it's also worth pointing out that kind of drawing on other kind of thinking about other things, there are some areas of graduate destinations where we'd like to perform better, and some of that is probably about kind of opportunities in the local area, how we support our students as well. If I'm totally honest, and coming back to some of Catherine's point about inclusion and equality, actually a lot of our students come from households with earnings, a very high proportion from families with earnings under £30,000 household income. And so actually there is some truth in the point that those students from wealthier backgrounds often have the networks as well to help them into employment. But that's where we see our role as an organisation to try and make some of those links for them and support them.
Is it all right to just win and to the honour, I guess, of something else the university is doing and it is housed in the Innovation Centre, which is the Essex Startups programme, which is a programme to support student entrepreneurship, which has been being developed over the last sort of 4 or 5 years and is starting to kind of really bed in now, which is part of this sort of flow of saying, start by training the students, giving them the support and potential to start businesses, so they can potentially graduate on to being in the Innovation Centre and then get trained and graduate further. So we've got the first of those businesses sort of starting to get there. A couple, for example, from Chile who developed a learning platform, and they've just been awarded an additional 3-year entrepreneurship startup visa to continue there. And so and what's great is, so they have a part of the building, Studio X, and students can receive support up to 5 years after graduating, and they can get free office space in that sort of Studio X piece. So that's a really good program that is steadily building, and just won an award, I think, to ensure students are staying in through developing their own businesses, which I think is another great opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. I see Councillor Smalls.
I don't know where to start. Thank you, Karen, for that on the report. It was extremely interesting, and it's covered a lot of things. It's been very thought-provoking. Thank you, everybody, for coming. There's so much covered. And why I was interested in this is because I'm in my 50s, and I've been through a lot of different stages. I've been self-employed, I've employed people, I'm an employee. So, I've got lots of sympathy, particularly with the sort of one-man band small businesses. I'm going to just home in on hospitality because I've got to focus on something. So retention seems to be a big problem. And some of the things you covered are prejudices that I've had through my own experience. So, low pay, not very good. So, I'm not going to say, quite some time ago, I worked in hospitality for about 5 months on a really, what I considered a rubbish contract, didn't know what days I was going to work, asked for a day off for something really important. They said, well, we can only tell you a week before. And so things like that. So from the beginning, you're thinking, I need to get out of here. So I'm hoping, obviously, things have changed. But what you said about teaching employers, about how they can retain their staff, because it's not all about pay. So I'm over 50 now, and I'm doing a job that I've chosen to do. And I work every other Saturday, which I'm very happy doing that. If my employer said you've got to work every Saturday, I'd be off. So it's just things like that. So I'm obviously pay, and I think obviously for a young person, well, all sorts of people, pay is very much a factor, but it's conditions as well that I think really with retention. And obviously you can't have staff saying, well, I never want to work a weekend in hospitality. Well, you might have openings. So there has to be, you need people who are prepared to work the unsociable hours. But I would say in retention, and particularly with older people, there needs to be some like give and take with that. So I don't know if in Colchester, how that scene is now, what sort of contracts people are having and how much flexibility there is.
Oliver and Sam, maybe your insights into that one?
Thank you. The stigma is still very much there, not just in Colchester, in the UK. And as I said earlier, I'm a master inn holder. There is a group of people related to the livery company in the city, the inn holders. And us 150 of us that there are, very much part of our remit is to educate and to try and get word out here that we're not what we were as an industry. We are a better employer now. For example, pay, right? We are real living wage payer. Great to hear Sam talking earlier that he wants the whole of Colchester to be real living wage. And I think there should be some sort of movement to ensure that that happens. We are a much fairer employer than we ever were. You were talking about rotas. I'm not going to speak for everybody, so I'm sure rotas are done the day before you want employers, but we as an employer are doing rotas more than 2 weeks out, and in fact for periods like Christmas you do it a month out. You have to be fair, you have to understand. The young coming into our industry, and I will, Rob and Alison are sitting on either side of me here, they're not as resilient as they were, and you've got to think about that. When you're employing people, you've got to be very honest with them, you have to nurture them and you have to bring them through. As you can probably hear, I'm quite passionate about it. We're quite good at it within our house, but I do know that there are still some employers within Colchester, and they can't defend themselves here today, I appreciate, who are not looking after these young people. Passion is not there, and passion is very hard to teach almost, but there is very little passion in Colchester about, for example, food. And I know you guys do a great job at the institute, but I have in my, and I don't mind saying this, within our house, in my kitchen, we have at least six out of the 10 chefs that have come through Colchester Institute. There's only one, when I asked them in interview, who's your favourite chef, what's your favourite restaurant, what's your favourite cookbook, that could actually give me an answer. So we've got a big job there, which is why I say it starts when they're young. I'll go back to what I said earlier. 14 to 16 is the really important time to get them. That's in school, and then when they move into college. So we've almost got, we're still struggling to keep up with that, really. I think the 20 somethings that we have working, we've lost them already. Now I will say, and pat on my own shoulders, Wivenhoe House currently has no vacancies. We are a very good employer in that respect, but that's not the same for everybody. So yeah, we pay well, we pay fairly, and we're fair. We have some good levels of benefits, good training schemes, etc. But it's not the same everywhere.
Oh, thank you very much, Oliver, and your passion comes through, so that's really good. Thank you.
Sam, quickly, is that right?
Yeah. So hospitality is used to be, and well, still is, a sector of love. You fall into it because you're in love with it, hence where the passion you said when you know. But COVID made people realise that actually, why are they in a kitchen for 60 hours a week and not seeing daylight? And there's the obvious reason for a lack of chefs, right? It's a lot more than that, but in its basic form, that's where it is from someone who's been in it myself. Back to quality of working. So we are actually, as part of our City Works Hub, looking at an employers charter for Colchester, and under that comes commitments to voters' well-being. We've recently started the national accreditation, Best Bar None. You may have seen in the news, where we accredit businesses who meet that exact standard, not only in a health and safety perspective, but we've already got 14 accredited within the last 6 months of having it, and we expect to double that in the next year. You're absolutely right. And actually, where wage used to be number one by a million miles when people chose where they work, actually, of course it is in a cost of living crisis. But now, if you look on Indeed, the perks list has gone from 1 or 2 benefits to now 20, because that's what people are looking for. They want a place to work, and this hopefully the real living wage and the charter should occupy that.
Oliver, then Alison.
Thanks. Just come back in very, very quickly. I don't want to necessarily defend employers for some of their practices. However, the employers, in particular the owners of smaller hospitality businesses, are really up against it right now. 25% of pubs are closing on an annual basis. It's a big problem. So all the help that you can give to those employers on the high street, for example, are going to be very, very welcomed. It means that they can pay the real living wage if we don't have the business rates increase, for example, and other things that the Hospitality Action UK Hospitality are actually proving that if we don't get that tax hike in April next year, there will be a growth and their growth to the councils, to the economy.
Alison. And I'm just conscious it is 7:30 and I said we might break. I am happy that we keep going with a maximum of another 25 minutes, unless someone urgently needs a comfort break, in which case we will stop. Okay, we will do that then. We will have an 8-minute comfort break. 8 minutes. Now, go. Comfort break, is that all right, Alison?
Comfort break's fine.
Let's have a comfort break. Yeah. Okay, thank you everyone for that short break. We're about to reconvene. I'll just wait until we're given the nod and we'll continue this conversation. Welcome back everyone. We've just had a short break. If you're watching at home, sorry about that. We're all now in the zone. We're going to continue with Alison from the Colchester Institute, and over to you, Alison.
Yes, it was just a small point really in response to the conversation about catering, hospitality, to say that, you know, one of the things that we do is we try to tread that balance between giving students a realistic insight into the industry. And it is high pressure work, and we do that through things like competition work, where we engage students in national and regional competitions. We do it through hosting large dinners. So last Thursday at the college, students fantastically catered my annual awards event for staff. 54 people sat down and were all fed a fantastic four-course dinner with wine and so on. So they get that level of kind of pressure, if you like. But we also try to make sure that on the other side, we introduce an element of resilience for those students so that they understand that they don't have to accept poor employment practices, and that not all employers are at the standard of the worst, and that there are decent ones, and to have the courage to call out poor behaviours when they meet it in the workplace, because so many of them, whilst are full-time students with us, they're also part-time employees elsewhere or they're apprentices. And so I think for us it's that balance. It's about saying, no, this is what the industry's like, but it doesn't have to be like that. I think that's really, really important. That goes across construction and all sorts of other industries as well for us. But the opportunity we also have is, because we work with so many employers, is a bit of education with employers as well, and to say to them, and they realise it, the good employers, but to say to them, look, if this is how you treat your workforce, you know, we can't continue to liaise with you and to supply you with the students, because that's what we do. They come in and they interview our students, but we're not going to do that if we get feedback from students to say, actually, it's not great there. So.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, just on the back of that, are you promoting trade unionship membership with your students?
I have to say that's not something we particularly have a college kind of policy on. Certainly promote it among our staff, but I think for students in some areas that might be part of the curriculum, but it's not something I'm aware of that we particularly talk to students about, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in, why not? Alison, I'm really interested. We're talking about getting people into industries where it's hard to get people into, and you touched on construction. Thankfully, things are improving in the actual building sites, aren't they, with PPE, health and safety, mental health first aiders, really, really big drive on that one. I've recently been refurbishing a kitchen, and it's been really difficult finding tradespeople. Really, really difficult. I was heartened to hear about you've got one eye on the future in terms of innovative green tech, nuclear, etc. Please don't train up too many people to erect pylons in the countryside, though. We'd rather you train divers to get into the sea and put the cables under there. But I'm wondering, you've talked about the future, but what about the now? What about the now? And some of those traditional craft skills, particularly in a culture whereby we've got instant gratification from social media and youngsters who want it now, when actually to become a master crafts person, a carpenter, a sparky, a bricklayer, it does take time to get there, and you will get there, and there's a good career in it. But are we doing enough to make those industries look attractive? Are you being given the tools that you need to encourage people in, or is it kind of market led? And actually, if everyone wants to become a photographer or a footballer, then you kind of put on courses to do that rather than bricklaying. How does that world work? I'm completely ignorant.
Okay, I don't think we could fit any more construction students into the college. We've converted workshops recently. We've converted spaces that were previously dedicated to things like the creative arts, which is, we are seeing fewer students coming through for those programmes into workshops, so that we can train more bricklayers, more carpenters and joiners, more plumbers, more electricians, and so on. So we could probably do more with a bit more space, and we could do more with more staff. And the big barrier for us is the affordability of skilled staff to become lecturers and teachers in those high demand trades, because when there's high demand out there, the salaries go up, and when able to match those, and this is the biggest challenge. So it's a staff challenge, the same, absolutely the same in engineering. And if there's one area where I lie awake at night and think, are we going to be able to deliver to those students next week, it's engineering. So and it's about staff. So it's resourcing is the challenge, human resourcing, but the supply of willing trainees is high. It's good.
Okay, I see Councillor Arnold and I hear Councillor Willits, and there'll be others, but just while we're here, on construction, I just wonder, I mean, this authority is the single shareholder of an arm's length housing organisation that has a number of houses to maintain, quite a number. Is there a good relationship there? Is enough being done there to ensure that some of your talented craftspeople that are coming through can perhaps have in-house jobs in the area and not have to, jump on in a car going down the A14 2 hours to find a week's worth of bricklaying? Because I rather suspect there's a lot of things to be doing. Are you satisfied there's a good enough relationship?
I think we could probably do more together, but there is a relationship there. We previously had maintenance apprentices with Colchester Borough Homes and others. We probably still do have odd ones or twos, but we could probably do more in that area. But the majority of our students, coming back to the conversation earlier about people leaving the area, actually we do train for the local area, and many of them secure jobs locally because they've met their employer while they're still at college. Because of those fabulous relationships that we have with employers, many of them have met their employer through work experience, through site visits, through guest lectures of employers coming into the college to talk to people, and through them getting in touch with us around Easter time each year. And we have lots of employers who do this and say, can I come in and hold an interview day? And then they take our students and into work.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your time this evening. I have a question. I actually work in hospitality, and one of a key issue that I found with my colleagues is that housing, with the lower paid jobs of hospitality, tends to be a real big issue of keeping people here in the city centre. And I just wonder if you come across that in your hospitality areas as well. And if it is so, it tends to be a certain type of housing that is the particular issues. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. So again, I think I've got to be cautious when I talk about the real living wage in public, because I don't want this to go onto the Gazette and my businesses have me up in arms, because it's terrifying. It is at a current time when it's businesses are struggling to stay afloat, yet let alone pay their staff, to then turn around and say, well, actually, you need to be paying this much more, is absolutely ridiculous. But the common sense is that you've got to set an ambition to work towards that, and this is why we are pushing for the real living wage for the future. We haven't put a year on it yet. Hopefully we should in the coming months, because the obvious economic benefits are a knock-on effect onto spend in the local economy, knock-on to housing, etc., etc., etc. We're very fortunate to have some fantastic charities and partnership working in Colchester, a member of the One Colchester group and many partners, where I speak with bids up and down the country who aren't even close to having the partnership working that they have in their town or city that Colchester does. So we have access to that absolutely from a local perspective, where it may be. So recently we've been working with Open Road and their IPS scheme to support those with previous drug and alcohol addictions getting back into work, but also the hospitality sector is full of people with drink and drug addiction. So how do we support them to stay in work and still develop and grow whilst getting support from local charities? Emmaus is another fantastic one for that as well, who do some great work. So we've definitely seen the benefit of local partnership and support mechanisms.
Councillor Willits.
No, it took me by surprise, Chairman. This particular work item came about several months ago when the leader of the council was presenting to us the new strategic plan, which contained the ambitions of the council to move away from a low skill, low income city to a high skill, high income city. And it really is easy when you're writing a strategic plan to say, next 5 years, that is what we'll do. And we recognised at that time that many of these issues are outside the control of the council and rest in the hands of other agencies, many of whom we have here this evening. So that is why we're looking at this issue this evening, and I think it also just hints to the difficulties that we have as a city council in knowing precisely what it is we should be doing to help and how we can ensure that we help and we don't hinder. And clearly abolishing business rates is something which sort of sounds close to Sam's heart, but we just can't deliver. I should say that there are two significant flaws to my character. The first is that my specialist subject is combinatorial topology, so I like to be able to model everything that we do, because unless you can see a model of how it works, you can't understand it. And that is true, very true, of how we're trying to impart skills and the impact and success of the skills. The second point, second flaw, is that I have a very insular nature and believe that every hour spent outside the CO2 postcode area is an hour of my life wasted. So my focus really is what you've been speaking about this evening, how it impinges on Colchester, and some of that's quite difficult, like the university presentation from Rob. You are generating skills for the nation. You are generating skills for Colchester. But as a Colchester councillor, my main interest is just within the bailiwick of the city. What are we doing to ensure that skills development is maximised? Then there are other difficult features about Colchester and trying to assess the skill levels and what's going on, because in the last annual monitoring statement, and I think it's probably post-COVID, although Karen may well be able to prompt me, we had about 25,000 people leaving Colchester every working day, significant proportion going to London, others driving to Cambridge, Ipswich, Norwich, and so on. And we then had almost an equal number backfilling, coming in from tendering to take on the lower paid jobs, perhaps those with less skill. So although my ambition is just to look at Colchester under the microscope, I fear we probably have to look a little wider, because many of the people working in Colchester on these low skill jobs that we want to upgrade are probably coming in from outside the city. One of the main discussion points when we were considering that we needed a session on skills was that at the moment, if you ask our employees, and I'm afraid the information is a little iffy, and Karen perhaps over the next year may well be able to give us some better and decent information, but at the moment, the number of people with NVQ level 4 or better in our working population was 37.7%, and the figure for Great Britain nationally is 43.6%. So despite all the great activity we've been hearing this evening about how the providers of skills are providing those skills, making them available, there is a significant, almost a 5% deficit in the number of people who have decent qualifications within the working population of Colchester. Look at a slightly different metric, and I think that comes from the Centre of Economic and Business Research, which is the skill level of the people who live in Colchester. That is significantly, very significantly above the national average, because we've got some of the best lawyers, financiers, even medics who desert us every day and go down to work in London or elsewhere. So it's a really interesting dilemma. The population of Colchester is very much above the overall average skill level. The employees within Colchester on any given day are about 5% below. And what, as a councillor, I dwell on is how are we going to ensure that the capabilities which our guests have in providing skills is actually put into the Colchester employment pool? And how is Karen going to measure and provide us with statistics on a regular basis to show whether that is happening? And when one turns to sort of the government approach to it, and we have the local skills improvement plan, I'm in my element as a modeler, computer modeler, because it gives the entire process, which I'm sure you are all aware of, from stage A, articulating the employer's skills needs, through to translating that to the employer demand and provision, addressing the learner demand, and so on, the LS IP report on how it's happening, and the iterative nature of it. Now, we as councillors are not seeing any of this factual information and numerical information about how we're improving. So we have all this talent on providing the skills, we have a talent deficit, we don't seem to be doing any measurements to observe how effective this skill base is being improved. And it just causes a degree of confusion in my own mind about how we bring a bit of order into it. And of course, the answer might well be, we don't do it from Colchester, it's done from Essex, or it's done from the region, or it's done from the nation, and we don't need to measure what's happening in Colchester. But I think that is a bit of a cop-out, because we really do need to understand, if we're going to put the leader's strategic plan into action, and we are going to start shifting Colchester from low income, low skills to medium, then perhaps high income, high skills in sort of digital and certain of the other sort of creative areas. We need to understand whether it's working, whether the skills which you are able to give to people are being given, and whether it's having a practical effect on the ground. So, sorry to ramble on, Chair.
So the question,
but what I want to know is, how are we going to measure it? How are we going to provide feedback so that you know you are being effective in the areas where Colchester needs skills delivery?
So the area of concern here is the working population of Colchester, not residents, working population, have a lower educational attainment according to the stats that are available. I'm going to hear from Karen and then Alison and anyone else.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Willett. Where to start? That's quite a lot there. I'll give you some examples. So a couple of weeks ago, we opened a digital skills hub at the Wilson Marriage Centre. We had £1 million from the town deal to support that digital hub. That's available for local people to improve their digital skills, as I think it was Sam mentioned. Digital skills are key to the future. In tandem with that, we're also spending £50 million, and that's it, private sector investment, on putting in digital infrastructure in the form of ultra-fast broadband, and increasingly now we're looking at 5G. Now, putting in that infrastructure means that companies who need that kind of infrastructure can come here, succeed and grow. And that digital infrastructure includes a link to Telehouse in London, which is where the internet comes into the country. It could also roll out to the university, possibly to BT Martlesham, and beyond. So that means that these companies will be attracted here, those that deal with big file transfers like creative businesses. And so the link there would be to the Innovation Centre and also the Creative Business Centre in Queen Street. So it's about giving businesses homes that are effective to do business, and then training local young people and other people to work there, and that is happening. So you're right, Colchester has had, I would say, a lot of commuting. I think that's changing as more people work from home. More people are also starting up their own businesses, and so hopefully there'll be growth there too. I think it's also important to think about skills in the form of investment, not only inward investment financially, but investing in people's lives. We have a target of 920 new homes a year, and so Colchester does have to be attractive to attract new people here, retain existing people here, and ask people to invest their lives here and their families and their futures. And I know that with hospitality, young people may see the bright lights of somewhere else and disappear, but very, very often they come back here and invest the rest of their lives once they have children. And you know, Colchester, with all it has to offer in the surrounding area, is a very attractive proposition. So it's a long-term investment in skills, but also in place. And you're right about North Essex. The travel to work area is very fluid, and also into South Suffolk. And so we are working across border with the North Essex Economic Board, with other local authorities, 6 local authorities across Essex, to look at these. So that fluidity, especially in the labour market, can take place. So it's very complex. There is no model that I can access that would give you the one answer. So it would need to be a specially commissioned report. But I can certainly give you an anecdotal picture of what's happening. I think, you know, that our 6th guest this evening has given you that landscape. But it is extremely complex, but seems to be working, because unemployment is extremely low. In fact, it's not recorded in the latest stats in Colchester.
Chairman, the whole point is we don't want anecdotal evidence. I mean, it's like the Christmas lights. You know, we've got Christmas lights down the high street. They're absolutely magnificent. You know, they're bright, they're shiny, they're higher than they were last year. They're doing a grand job, you know, which is what we're doing. We've got the skills. You know, they're shining, they're bright, they're ready to be transferred. What really matters is how many people come into the town centre when we turn on the lights or during the Christmas shopping period. And it's exactly the same question here. We don't want anecdotal evidence. We want to see if we're going to carry forward the leader's strategic plan. We want to see a graph which shows where we are at the moment, you know, 37.7% having NVQ4 or higher. And we want to see the dotted line going up to 43.6 in X years. And I don't know what those, is it 3 years or 5 years, leader? I'm not quite sure. 5 years. And we want to see the next 5 years, you know, going up another 5% so that we're ahead of the game. We want to see, not anecdotal, we want to see a plan to make it happen. We want to see sort of feedback that all our presenters this evening are sure in themselves that they are contributing towards an improvement in the skills in Colchester. And this has to be measured. It mustn't be anecdotal, because we can do anything with anecdotal data, but we want real data which says how we're improving according to a plan. And if we can't measure it, you know, we don't know whether we're going to succeed in our strategic plan or not. We don't know whether all your time is being wasted because you're offering these skills opportunities, but they're not actually increasing the skills level of the working population in Colchester. And you may well say that's not our job. We want to increase the skills level in the whole of the country and bother Colchester. But you know, we have a difference of opinion if that's so. So you know, I do think that we need to give some careful consideration. It needs to be a recommendation, Chairman, out of this, that we need to have proper measurements. We need to be able to track whether the objective of the strategic plan is being met, whether it's capable of being met, or whether it's a load of hogwash. You know, we need to think about what stuff need to be measuring what, talking to whom, taking feedback, gathering data. So one of the most critical areas to the development of Colchester, we know we've got it right.
Alison, I know you were going to jump in anyway, and perhaps Karen will respond to that after Alison. Did you jump in because you were...
It is related to this point. So just a couple of things really. You mentioned the Local Skills Improvement Plan. There is an Essex Local Skills Improvement Plan that all of the FE colleges in Essex inputted to, and we are duty bound annually to create something called an accountability statement, which responds to the Local Skills Improvement Plan, saying how we as an organisation, how we as a college are going to meet that Local Skills Improvement Plan, and that's available on our website. But to pick up the issue about skills levels, and I absolutely embrace, you know, your passion around the higher skill, higher wage economy and so on, and the importance of having people with those higher level skills. But there are other measures than the NVQ level 4, and NVQ level 4, in case people are unaware, is first year of a degree. That is not the kind of mark of excellence in so many of the subjects we've been talking about tonight, construction and engineering, and of course we do degrees in engineering, but there are different engineering skills, fabrication and welding and so on, catering that we've talked about an awful lot. No, I think if we're going to get that garden community built up the road, you'll be very glad of people whose highest qualification isn't at level 4, whose highest qualification is at level 2 or at level 3, and have those necessary skills. Large numbers of people are going to be required with those necessary skills that don't have aspirations to take their learning higher and to move off into other roles. You know, we need lots of people. Different levels in different sectors, and industry standard for an electrician is level 3, for the highest level of beauty therapy is level 3, for hospitality, for dental nurses, etc., etc. So yes, it's an important measure, but it's not the only measure, is what I'd say.
Okay, Rob, before I come back to Karen, I just wanted to pick up on so I don't have the data that you're looking for, sorry, but I wanted to pick up on I've got a comment about that though, but just coming back to the initial point about the objective to create a high skill, high income community, I think it's wrong to view it entirely from the skills pipeline perspective. So yes, it's good to raise skills aspirations, but actually coming back to that point about opportunities, we also need to work on that. So some of the work we do as an organisation with businesses to help them embed new technologies. And it's wrong to think of these businesses as tech companies as well. We work with all sectors who use what we kind of call enabling technologies, AI, data science, to actually change their business models and operate in a more productive way. And this is measurable differences. I can point to lots of businesses we've worked to who you can look at their turnover and profitability, and there's a measurable impact from investing in R&D. So to get to that point of creating opportunities, you need to create the right environment for those businesses to invest in R&D. And there's a role for us as a university. We work with loads of small to medium-sized organisations in helping them navigate, along with the Growth Hub, helping them navigate the quite complex network of government funding, helping them draw down funding. There's also something about actually creating the right environment for businesses to come to the local area, locate here and retain the ones we've got. And that's part of what we're trying to do with our Knowledge Gateway. So there's business accommodation, but there's more than that. There's the support that Oxford Innovation can provide. There's also things like this investment network we set up to actually bring in private income into the area. It's something we don't have these established business angel networks in Essex in the same way that they exist in Cambridge, but actually there is private capital out there, and people are willing to invest in the right propositions, and it can be leveraged. So some of that is about environment. Coming back to the point about skills level and taking Alison's point about being careful about what you're looking at, I'd suggest, and this is a hypothesis, something I can evidence with data at this stage, but a lot of my colleagues look at health inequalities, and what you see within this region, and I'm thinking wider than Colchester, but also including Colchester, is some massive disparities, and they're quite centralised around particular communities. So you can have kind of relative, you can have very high discrepancies, for example, in life expectancy. If you across Colchester, there's a 15-year difference between
Grinstead and Lexington, and you'd probably be well aware of that, and the similar issues with coastal communities in Tendring. And so I would imagine as well some of the disparities with education levels. You said there were higher standards in Colchester. I would have thought some of this will track to different communities as well. And so maybe there is some work going on already, and we work with schools, but maybe there is something about working with communities and actually making sure people are aware of the opportunities that are available to them as well. I know that Colchester Institute does a lot of this as well.
So this is just more of a comment. I think we need to be careful about classifying certain jobs as low skilled. I recognise completely there are different levels of training and skills you need. You know, if you're going to be a surgeon, clearly, yeah, I want my surgeon to have had years of training, and that's different. However, some of the jobs we're calling low skilled are absolutely essential, and we found that in the pandemic. So, you know, I want to have these new jobs in Colchester. These people working in these jobs, highly skilled jobs, they're going to need cleaners, they're going to need somebody to buy their sandwich off, or refuse collectors, you know, lots and lots of these jobs are absolutely essential. And I think I'm just not, we have to find a different language maybe, you know, for these essential jobs.
Thank you. It's a good point. Councillor Rowe, and then I'll come back to Karen.
Yeah, just sort of on that point and on the wider discussion that we're having here, I think more to Dennis's point, the way that the council has an objective to create these high-skilled jobs, and it is in the council's objectives, it's the strategic plan of the council to create high-skilled jobs. So if we're saying that we need to define high-skilled jobs and what they are, then that needs to be something that's driven by the council and the administration that runs the council. If we decide that we don't want those high-skilled jobs, and actually, you know, we want a definition, a broader definition of what important jobs are, then again, why is that high-skilled jobs in the strategic plan for the for Colchester as an individual council? And to Dennis's point, if we're going to have that, how do we track? And I fully understand that there are many different ways, but I did pick up on something that Karen said, is that it would be very difficult to model that from an economic perspective, and having an economic background, I do fully appreciate that would be very difficult. But if it is so difficult to model from a Colchester perspective, again, why do we have that as a strategic objective? And ultimately, I suppose with a lot of these discussions that we do have some very excellent resources with some fantastic, really high skilled people as yourselves, you know, really pushing Colchester forward and trying to push Colchester forward. But from our perspective, we would like to see a little bit of data behind where we are at the moment, where we want to be in the future, and how we track to get there. And it's sort of going to, I suppose this all sort of feeds into my point that I was going to make anyway, that my ultimate question that I was going to ask, because most of the stuff that I've asked has already been asked and quite nicely answered. But from our perspective, what do you actually need? If you could have one thing that Colchester Council could provide, what would each of you require from Colchester Council that we could do? I mean, obviously, you know, from Sam's perspective, you might want us to remove business rates or something. That's completely outside of our control. We can't do that. But there are levers that we can pull. And until recently, you did have the leader of the opposition in here and the leader of the council. This is your opportunity to tell us what you really want and you need from us, for us to be able to meet this strategic objective which the council has set. I hope that's sort of clear. It's a little bit rambling, but I just wanted to make sure that you know, we was all on sort of the same page with regards to where we're coming from.
Sorry, you've stolen my punchline, which I was going to ask everyone at the very end, but that's fine. We're nearly there. Right, we do have a lot to get through tonight, and I know that Councillor Willetts has still got some other areas to look at. Let's hear from the leader with his strategy hat on and the way in which we benchmark data, because I think that's what we're talking about here. Then I'm going to hear from Simon from Colby, and we might get back to Karen before we progress.
Thank you very much. And I absolutely respect the thrust of the questions, which are around show us more, show us how, show us where we are, show us where we might be heading. But that, I suspect, would be a position we would all want to and all have an interest in. So I just want to help a bit by saying, let us take away that fair challenge and see if we can't find. And I know that Karen's reference to anecdotes is fact as an expression from a sea of information that would prove the point. And I thought, listening to it, you should have, and I did, gain some assurance from that. If we go to, and this conversation for me is not about the strategic plan, but we can have that conversation. We look at the strategic plan. Our role in this is inevitably as a partner to help provide the circumstances to create the environment as much as we're able to, in which our partners will flourish. And we'll talk about partnerships later on when they're all lucky enough to go home. Because the effectiveness of those partnerships, your presence actually is testament to the fact, because you've got a choice here, now that actually they are pretty effective. It's that collaborative work that helps us help them to do as well as the circumstances, economic circumstances allow. You look at the strategic plan between us, inevitably can't say everything, but it talks about the baseline of the economic crisis of post-COVID-19, about working with partners to facilitate, to develop opportunities, to enable to be a more vibrant, resilient, adaptable place in which people could work, to address inequality touched on by Rob, and to work with others to tackle local skills shortages, working with businesses, the university and so on. I think that's the right kind of language, and the right kind of framework. Anything more explicit will actually fail the test, but I do take the point that we should work at with our partners, understanding the evidence in a way that's helpful. But I wanted to take the opportunity, if I may, Chair. Thank you very much. You were great. How I am following you, I don't know, but you were really good. Thank you.
Simon.
I'd just like to, and I think this really picks up on some of the things that Councillor Small mentioned here, is that I would make an impassioned plea to understand that not everybody requires a sophisticated level of skill support. So a great driver of our economy and the Essex and Colchester economy is the small business, is the startup business. And a lot of the people that we deal with do not have fantastic educations, but they have a will and a drive to get on. And they don't always want a program or a qualification. Actually, most of the people that we deal with, they want a friendly arm around their shoulder to show them how to do something, or to tell them that they're on the right track. And good old-fashioned business advice with somebody who's been there and done it, to sit there and help them, is, it's one of the most fulfilling things that we can do. And I've seen that working across Ipswich, where I ran the Eastern Enterprise Hub, and in Cambridge, where I ran Cambridge Wireless for the last 4 years. And it's that type of support that the person in the street really, really appreciates. And we're really good at doing that here, and I think we can countermeasure. And Councillor Willits, we do have all those numbers, and we can say how many people have been through and how many people have sort of looked out for that support and how we've been able to look after them. And I think where it becomes increasingly important, or it's worth highlighting, is that some of those what we may call unsophisticated businesses employ an awful lot of people. Now within the Colby buildings, we have 60 odd different businesses. We have everything from people building CRM systems down to people that are providing services in the home. But those 3 care businesses that we have, that are based just around the corner here, they employ over 50 people each. So their impact on the economy is huge. And I think in amongst all of this, it's not necessarily always a sophisticated skills package targeted, to gaining a qualification that's the most important thing. Sometimes it's just being there for people and supporting them through.
I want to hear from Karen if I can, because I think Dennis might have a couple other points before we get to our other item this evening. Karen.
Thank you. I mean, this is extremely complex, and I think that it's been touched on, but it's worth considering the difference between low paid and low value jobs, because they are extremely high skilled, increasingly. I mean, think about a cleaner nowadays with you know, the pressure of the chemicals that they're working with the COVID environment. That's an exceptionally high skilled job now, but it happens to be lower paid. So unpicking all this is extremely complex, but we can certainly look at it and see what can be done. But just to maybe sort of just put that there for the time being, but it's you know, we can certainly look at it.
Councillor Willetts, do you have more delving?
No, not particularly. I mean, all I would say in my defence is that that I looked at the statistics from the Centre for Economic Business Research, some of our own monitoring statements, and they all used the NVQ level 4 as the typification of skills level. Now, I'm happy to accept that it's a smooth, gradual approach from those who've got no skills to those who've got a PhD, and I'm sure one could sort of model a whole lot if you wanted. I'm not sure it would be particularly useful, but just what we need is sufficient data to convince us that we are moving forward in Colchester. Now, it might be that in addition to NVQ4, we need to know the number of people who've got a sort of 1O level or equivalent, because that is going to be just as important for the groups that Councillor Smalls was talking about. But that just adds to the complexity of the work, which I hope we're now going to lumber Karen with, to produce us with annual statements of of how well we're doing. Also, I mean, just looking at the odd statistic, and sort of you note these things when you're looking through the data in this area. The number of people in the Colchester employment base that have no qualification at all is only 4%. In Ipswich, it's 12%. So you know there are significantly more people in Colchester who've got a qualification of some sort, which is presumably worthy to them. So you know, we just need to start gathering this data in, so that, and I mean, it's the minimum amount of data to express a particularly complex set of circumstances, which just convinces us that what we're doing is the right thing, and it's being done well, and everyone is playing their part in uplifting the skills as and when they're necessary.
Sam.
Yeah, only a really dull point that I've got to go, unfortunately, if that's okay to move. Just one final point. I am fortunate enough to chair the Place Culture Board, which I presented on a couple of weeks ago for Colchester, which some members here are part of, and we're looking at inward investment as a huge driver forward. A core part of that perspective has to be also around them stats, so I'm really interested in that, because when we're talking to big employers looking to come to Colchester, they want to know the type of skill base and the investment they want. One of the first questions we get from inward investment inquiries is what is the local investment in skills? What's going on in terms of access to funds? So there's a big link up there, but I've got to go. Sorry.
Thank you very much. We are going to wrap this item up now. I think very briefly,
Sam, just before you go, with that point in your mind, what's the one thing that we could do? And would it be the point that you just made there, that we could provide that information so that you could then attract more business into Colchester? Would that be...
Not because I've got to go, but yes.
Okay.
Can I just give my response to Thomas's question of what would be the one thing? So that my background, which I didn't mention, is in researching innovation ecosystems around the world and how to develop them. And so my research looked at this and looked at the role of all different stakeholders into that: universities, business support functions, and government. And the key finding for mine is the best thing that government can do is take away the obstacles and step back out of the way. So it's about offering these sort of opportunities. You know, if you're at the larger level, like startup visas, things like that, it's about offering easy business registration, tax rates and tax relief for small businesses, and then allowing the economy to sort of grow and that sort of business to come in. I think it's about understanding what the needs are and understanding what the obstacles are and working as a council to sort of pull them out of people's way so they can crack on with the business of business.
But we need to get out of the way. Let you do what you need to do. Lower your taxes.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. So I think we thank our guests for coming this evening. We could have been here for much longer. It's been a really useful conversation. These conversations can continue. It's quite clear that we're not working in silos. We are collaborating wherever possible. I think the challenge we've got to go away now and think about internally is how we curate some of the data so that we've got the ability to look at it at least on an annual by annual basis rather than maybe every 3 years or whatever with a strategic plan. So I think we need to go away and do that. That would be the recommendation that I'm hearing. Unless anyone's got anything else to add, we will move on, noting the report and recommending that we look at annualised data in this area and make that available at minimum to all councillors internally, and continue the great working relationships that we've got with the educators and the employers in this great city that we've all chosen to be in. So thank you very much. Councillor Willis.
Yeah, is it possible to get our distinguished guests to quality assure the data that you're proposing we should recommend? But if we're going to produce this, I mean, all too often we operate in our own little local government silo, and if we're going to do measurements and see how we're progressing, it would be good to know that the views of the experts is attached to those particular recommendations going forward to council.
It sounds sensible.
There might be a project we can pick up there. So we'll talk to Karen. I'll add the caveat though. I'm channeling the thoughts of my colleagues when people say things like quality assured, they'll say, actually, you've got to be involved in the design of the study and where the data comes from, not just quality assuring it at the end. But there might be something that we can look at if you want to take that offline.
Everyone's in agreement. Thank you. Owen.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, and that's a recommendation to Cabinet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Really good to see you. And feel free to come in anytime you like.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right. I'm not going to call him the headline act because it's all been headlining stuff. But we do have the leader of the council here who has an enormous task to lead this authority and set the strategic plan and communicate it and what the work of this authority does. The floor is yours, and then we will ask you some questions.
That's great, Chair. Thank you, Darius. We agreed to give me 30 minutes and 5 slides. I'm going to exceed the slides and come in on the time, which will be a relief, I suspect, for everybody. What I want to do is just set the scene here. It's an opportunity. I really do welcome to have a frank conversation, but we do have them away from here. So this is just an opportunity to try the more public. Just to sort of say how I, from the perspective I have, how I see our circumstances. We're facing a very difficult transition to be able to live within our means. Now, that's not unusual to this council. It's true for others across the country. Now, I'm pleased that Pam's here as well in support if necessary. The good news is we've mapped a way ahead and we've made a substantial start on what must be done. So I'll just talk us through where we are. So the Dennis test, the Councillor Willis test, is always, what did you do? In this case, what did you do, King? So I'll try and give you a flavour of that. He did catch me outside on Remembrance Day and say he's looking forward to giving me a mild grilling. I think it was something along those lines, so we'll see where we get to. But I just want to sort of say that, of course, if we talk about what answering that challenge, what I'm able to do as the leader of the council of the day, really reflect the work of others. It's impossible to say otherwise. So I want to sort of put to the record my thanks to the Chief Executive of Colchester Borough Homes and Amphora counterparts, their senior staff, the Cabinet, of course, and to yourselves, because it's the way as a council we together work that I think is key to our relative success and our prospects. So scheme of delegation, I'm sure you're all excited, you've all read up on that before you came here. No, you didn't. It's got about 18 or 19 line items for myself. So to make this semi-digestible, I've grouped them together. So we have the next slide, please. Thank you. I think it's really important, and it's the first thing that comes to mind, because it's around people as much as anything else, is to look at the sort of the health of the organisation. So those are the points I'm going to touch on that go on from that. So next slide, please. Thank you. So, council health. Right, okay. Well, some of that is, yes, it's about what we're focusing on, what's our ambition, but it's also primarily about our capacity and how, as organised or in transition, how we're going to be effective. So this gets us into our people. So Jess is here to talk about that if necessary. Well, they're obviously at the heart of the council, our capacity to get things done. We've got some 1,200 people between the three organisations. How they serve and deliver to our residents across an extraordinary array of statutory and non-statutory discretionary services. Examples I noted, from waste collection to our parks, from crematoria to benefits, help for the most vulnerable, from estates to events, from management of a 6,000 strong housing stock and to how we might build on that, to avoiding homelessness. Even those examples give us a reminder of actually the impact, the importance of what we together engaged in. Now, you can measure this in lots of different ways, so here's some of mine. So you can look at awards. We've got several pages worth. They're to key individuals and to the collective, like in customer services. Those suggest what really matters, which is that we're well led and we've got some very dedicated and capable people. But it's the LGA peer review a year ago highlighted then we've got some deep issues to address. So we've got gaps in capability, we've got concerns of resilience, we've got a worrying, for me, high rate of turnover. I'm told it's not so different from others, but you will understand that that means you lose the thread sometimes in terms of service knowledge, member knowledge. Yes, may go for money, Thomas. That's not always true, because as we'll touch on, the quality of the offer, as we heard earlier, some really good remarks, including passion for Colchester, very important, but the quality of the employer. We are good quality employer, but people do shift and do move. So we've got some challenging circumstances, financial pressures. Our staff will be concerned about the future of the organisation. Some of them are facing reorganisation, personal change, not just change around them. And of course, we have a pay dispute not yet resolved. So put all this together, and we've got a difficult time. But I want to say to you, I'm clear we've got trust and confidence that's needed. We've got a good culture inside the organisation, and you can speak up and challenge. I've got a good challenge this afternoon. I know that Pam invites that. If you see that in enough places, each of you have your own conversations with individual officers. That's a really good signal of the strength. Now, we have a very capable senior team. Our city council officers, I think, will get us to a better place, and we are delivering well. Shared service progress will help with capacity resilience and problems I've described, but I just want to be really clear about this. There are strain and stress you can see, and that's going to stay with us. We've got some years of adjustment. Can't do it at once, can't do it in one go, can't do it in one season. This is significant work, changing, resetting the sum of the family of the organisations. I'll talk about that yet. So CH and Amphora. for me, have to be seen and talked about in the same breadth as the City Council. We haven't done this, even in my short time here, in the way that I think we need to do. We need to see the City Council, which is responsible for the sum of all the organisations, all that gets done in my name, as in a much more cohesive way than we have. We need to understand them better, help them, support them through their own transitions and challenge. Because their challenges, their risks, their success, and things that don't go so well are owned by us. Challenges for and for are well known. They're great people. They help us by sharing costs and by producing income. They deliver great services and events. They'll continue to do that. But the supply chain and market pressures we're aware of have made it right to look at their capacity and the future of each company. So thus, as most of you may recall, we've gone through a series of reviews by independent reviews, ethical consulting, CIPFA, and we've agreed after cross-party discussion that we will make a number of important changes for those involved. So hibernation of two of the companies and a tighter focus on risk and return. We're now in a better place for those companies in terms of the direction. I want to thank Richard Carr in particular and the chair of the board, Martin Warnes. So that's a glance at City Council, that's a glance at the whole. And for Colchester Borough Homes, their challenges, in my view, are still emerging. Now, the pressures are clear. Now, we can be grateful that we still own 6,000 strong housing stock, and we're still building and acquiring homes to mitigate some of the many pressures that we're aware of. But there are some really big structural things that aren't right. So the government's just happens to be the government of the day, whoever they might be, their rental caps restrict our income, would change the balance of the investment equation, put pressures on the HRA. I'm neutral about this for Dennis's benefit. This is not politics for me. I'm not interested in it. I am interested in the housing revenue account and the equation that CBH must manage as standards in housing have to rise when we have to respond to the housing challenge, when customer satisfaction, while still comparable with their counterparts, is down from very high levels. Where might it go? And when it's plain that their offices are under pressure. And this matters to all of us, when if you look, there are many other pressures which will only build as people struggle with their circumstances that lead to homelessness. When refugees get an invitation to come, all of which we respond to well as a city council and as a city. When asylum seekers eventually get processed, as they are now starting to be, and many of them will seek to stay locally. All of those are potential pressures. They're not just great potential citizens, but they're potential pressures for where we're at. I have a real concern about that as our finances shrink and as we manage our way through that. I've sought to influence some of that discussion nationally and regionally, whilst ensuring that we're here with great people like Refugee Action. We've got a King's Award today, like several others in the city, and that's great news. Do what they can to help us to look after those transient residents. Now, our health as a city council includes our democratic processes, and I just want to acknowledge the frustrations as well as the pleasures of dealing with each other and our circumstances. My commitments to always seeking to reinforce transparency and to always to be as accessible as possible, very personal. Now, that is what whoever is the leader of the council today should do, in my view, to stand above the politics as much as we can to represent you all. Now, that maturity of how we work at our best is recognised by the LGA. We should all take our slice, our 51st slice of that joint credit. It's going to be really necessary, because working our way through to a budget next year, which will be difficult, working way through some challenging debates and discussions, for example, around Northern Gateway and its future. Those are best done, in my view, like Team Colchester, in that kind of spirit. which we're cross-party, we're as aware, all of us, as we can be, and we have a voice. That gets me to the next slide, you'll be pleased to know. Right. And it rolls on because this is about strategic change, and that involves people and the issues that I've touched on. So it's a framework, strategic plan. Let's not talk about that tonight, Dennis. We've had a flavour, but it is a framework only. It's a guidelines for how we should approach the issues of the day. The real substance and the sense of the things that we've agreed will happen that make it real. So, the town deal, levelling up, Team Colchester, tendering, garden community, Colchester garden community, another example. So I'll just walk through some of those briefly, Chair, and I'll just watch you. I can see the energy levels are okay at the moment. I'll try to help get through this at pace. So to the town deal, to my eye, now we've some good progress. We've got Balkan Gate Phase 1, Essex Pedal Power, and the Digital Skills Hub delivered. We've got some really exciting work going on, like the Heart of Grinstead project, and I've had some conversations with today, as it happened, with Judy and Tim Young, from their perspective inside that project, how that's getting a grip and an engagement with the help of the university, with local residents that offers real prospects, and doing things with rather than doing things to communities was the intent, and we're seeing that. Now the We Are Colchester board, I thank again for volunteering to take all the opium that goes with trying to be helpful, meet on Thursday, and I'll see how they take what I can see. There's quite a lot of green, but it's marked overall as amber. It is challenging to deliver change. The assurance I can give you is that our officers with their counterparts are on it. They're managing risk and contingency and adjusting scope where they need to in the margins, and there looks to me to be effective oversight. That offers real prospect with other programmes of significant positive change. Don't talk to me about St Nicholas Square, which is the world's slowest accelerated scheme, but that is getting closer. There's a story involving skeletons I'll talk to you about on another occasion. Some might know. There's going to be challenges building in a built environment with real history, but next year we'll see a fantastic place, and I'm personally inviting you all down there to share a glass with me because I've been waiting, as have you. All right, tendering Colchester Borders. Let's have a brief word, Chair, about that, if we may. I have the blessing of chairing the joint committee. I drafted some notes for myself so I don't forget things. I put down my first few words are, there are many tensions here. I think that's probably something you might know. I've found it personally difficult to reconcile those different pressures, so I'll just describe them to you. They won't surprise you, but we'll get to a conclusion, I'm sure. So the most fundamental, how we secure the necessary infrastructure in Trinity Link Road, and we do have a way ahead on that, but all of us will feel some comfort when we see that to a binding, legally binding commitment. We've got to balance competing demands, knowing that existing and adjacent communities are concerned, as we would be, about the impacts upon them. And we want to try and give space for the different views of different members, and those views are different inside Colchester, and they differ again to some degree between the views that county might have and certainly our tendering colleagues might. There is much to unite us, but I can, as your chair, I can sort of see that in plain debate. None of this is helped, as I say, by shortfalls, but there is a lot that is being done and can be done. We've got some differences with our partners around the draft development plan. Many of you might know that. The developers say they're committed to it all in principle. The key words there are principle. The university are equally committed to the garden community prospect that we signed off as a council in principle, but inevitably the different parties will have a perspective on what they think might work best. That is entirely legitimate, but it will make for both a very interesting examination in public, and an inspector has now been appointed. Sometime, I suspect, starting early in the new year. The statements of common ground our officers are working out to try and see where people might yet meet or what those differences are. That process is underway. For those of you familiar with examinations in public and tests of planning proposals, now this might be familiar, but for the rest of us, it's probably just enough to leave you a message that we are still, the three local authorities, yoked together in that common purpose. We do have the same instincts and desire to have a good result, but we now increasingly will find this out of our hands. This will be down to the inspectors' judgment and assessment. Our officers support that process. It will be a difficult ride, I suspect. But we do have assurance still on viability, and we do have it hopes for TCB. It will provide, when you look at it, an absolute step change in the quality of life for people who want to live in the district. Chair, if you're happy I continue, I'll work my way through. So, strategic change, I'll draw your attention to Team Colchester. I chair that, but it's very much joint work alongside, joint leadership alongside Kevin Bentley as leader of Essex County Council with our senior officers. Now, the hyperbole is easy, but it's actually reasonable to apply some to this. If we build the kind of quality of partnership between ourselves and county here, that will have a whole load of associated effects, just logical, isn't it? It's the habit and pattern of cooperation that we're building under that banner. That just, even with getting things out of highways, bless them, will help us deliver results that will help shape the city for the future. I am, in much as I will ever use the word excited, as a bureaucrat still, I could be excited about this. So joint funding, think it, joint funding, joint resource, joint team, joint endeavour, and some quality of work as shown by the positive reactions to the consultation and the revised designs for the St Botolph's roundabout. Now, that will make a big difference to that gateway to the city. That holds great promise. And interestingly, I shouldn't look that way, they're not here anymore, but I hear some good things about how that cooperation plays beyond this place. And it does fit with the point I do make, you and I have had this conversation, Darius, as I have with others, that when we as parties kind of look past the difference to what we can agree upon and unites us, which is, this is a great place, make it greater, make it yet more vital to live in, then that sends confidence messages out, which in turn flow through to investors when they make that decision. Do I go to Cambridge or Ipswich or Colchester? You know, I have had that kind of call from an investor, which is wanting to have a personal perspective. Obviously, curiously, pretty positive, but they gather many views. You understand this, and I just want to put to you, there's something very fundamental about those two things: how we work beyond the normal boundaries, and how we work as cross-party will and is making a difference to our prospects as a city. Let's go on to the next slide. Right, okay, well, this flows into relationships. So I've talked about partnering and all the impacts. I'll just sort of say this is joint work at lots of levels. But it is true that members, plural, and the leader of the day can make a real difference to this, because you set the scene for those who are doing the work for it, and then we can open the door. So devolution, I'm sure you're excited and want to talk about that for a long time, Chair. I'll pass if that's all right. I've had quite a few of those conversations, but I am actually a fan of this. There is no loss, only gain to the city by having more authority, more power, more money, more influence flow into Essex, and then making the case, which we are good at, that a portion of that comes, maybe more than a proportion, comes towards Colchester. We do well at this. We should have confidence in ourselves that devolution will work for us. That's my take. We're not quite there yet. Some will know it's not quite locked down yet, but it will be an influential assembly, and we should stay close and stay engaged. North Essex councils are similarly an opportunity. We talked about the North Essex Economic Board earlier. North Essex councils is important because it's linked to that devolution piece later on. So if you get combined authority, loads of people joined it. The three biggest voices, the unitary authorities. There is a voice for North and South Colchester, and there is a consensus principle at work. So Colchester will play through North Essex into that combined authority, and in lots of other ways, both back to the Team Colchester piece. The closer we are yoked together, the more influence we will have, the more constructive we are, and I keep talking to my colleagues about this, the better. We have lots of shared interests across North Colchester in particular, but it's true elsewhere. There's health and well-being, planning and development, shared back office services, of which we've got a number maturing. The fact that we've got some great people from Epping is one illustration. On our finances, filling gaps, reinforcing the team, in my view, with respect to everybody, raising the standard and showing us alternative ways of doing some parts of that complex equation in a way that makes it more comprehensible and more responsible. All of that comes out of those kinds of decisions, hard won by people like Pam and others, that it's better to cooperate for resilience, capability, strength in numbers, and actually for the bottom line that it is not to. Now, if we can get a web of those shared services agreed over the coming year or so, and I think we will, then it opens up other conversations about what else do you do structurally in organisation terms across boundaries so we're more effective and more cost effective. You'll be excited to know, I can see it, that I have other representation roles I could go on about. Now, I'll just mention them briefly. So we've got key cities. It's a reminder to us all, we made that decision to join that network. It's a loose union of similar cities from Lincoln to here, say no more. We have occasional engagements with the district council network, the East of England, ILGA, the LGA. I hope to join their peer review team to provide a bit of support back. I only mentioned, as you know, they took a good view, which we need to remember, of the City Council as an organisation, and they have the ability to compare. Perhaps that's one of my fundamental points. That we need to, in hard times, just remember what we have. So we are a trusted partner. Some parts of government will come to Colchester amongst a handful of others to ask for technical advice, for a local view, for a contribution to national policy. Does it change a lot for the resident immediately? No, it doesn't, but it's that web of contacts and connections that is a particular strength. And it goes back to my earlier points, that the more we play successfully in arenas that provide ultimately to influence change, resources, a listening when it comes to bidding for funding or for grants, the better. I do want to mention, of course, that I know not everything about everything. That isn't clear. So there are parts of that wide picture I'm not that well sighted on. I'm not that well sighted on the ambassadors, although I know some of them and I have a respect for what they do. I think there's some things we could do, things like twinning, where there is a possibility, in my view, of, in terms of civic representation and visibility as a city, and marketing of ourselves sensibly, that we might yet add to. But there are some things I want to do, I'm just being frank with you, like warming up and increasing and improving the relationships, which are good in many ways with influential stakeholders like the civic society. That's a personal piece for me. I am comfortable that we're in a very good place with the Business Improvement District. Sam Good's brilliant, isn't he? And he's been here a number of times. A number of you have seen him show how on the game they are. Now you can go and look for narrow stats. They talk about occupancy rates as one illustration of that, much higher than some other places. But actually it's a look and the feel of the city and the maturity of their organisation. We as a city council, quite embedded with that, being helpful. We've got some good relationships, I include my own in that, which means we're having increasingly mature conversations. So differences to talk through. We've done some of that this last week around master planning, and I hope we can do that with them again and other partners also. All of these big bodies, as you know, many of them contribute to the mix, the vibrancy of our city and our possibilities for the future. Doesn't exclude other retail centres. If Leslie was here, I'll be saying that to her. But the importance of focusing on this at this time upon this traditional cultural retail heart is plain to us all, and I think we've got great prospects. I've got other great institutions I can mention. The Garrison, well, we're linked. I think I can personally play a good role there, given my past defence background. And I ought to mention, must mention, the university. And I'd say this, I have said this to Rob and to others. We couldn't be closer, but we need to be. We're in a very good place at the moment. There's a really good relationship. There's been a refresh. Signing ceremony, we all feel good about that. Have a bit of cake and a cup of tea afterwards. But the whole act of doing that, it's an ancient ritual, isn't it? Break bread with people. And we are doing that with the university in practical ways, in partnership meetings and projects together. So it was great to get an offer at the end of a meeting that we weren't soliciting, were we? We can put some more strain on poor old Karen. But it's great to have that offer. They see themselves as being in that space. We had a great conversation a few days ago, Chair, around housing. They've got low temporary surplus in accommodation. We've got problems, have we not? Temporary accommodation. We're sending people outside of the district sometimes to try and find them a place to live for a time before better times come. The closer that involvement, the better. For all the reasons between you, put your hand on, so from my perspective, so well, which is the future of the city depends on the people in it. So it doesn't necessarily matter what the ideal mix of skills might be, but we want people to decide that this is a great place to stay. Or if they leave, which is a fair point made, that they think well of us, talk well of us, and perhaps they come back. So the university are not an island in our city sea, and I'm personally working at that with my colleagues to ensure that we make that a closer relationship. They've been almost out of sight, and they're much more in their vision. Pause. Next slide, Chair. We're getting close. Hang on. All right, so community leadership. See, look, I did indulge myself once. Me. So please excuse it just this once, because the pictures illustrate some of the opportunities that come to all of us through our rich civic life. And I know that a number of us here really enjoy that civic life. I'm looking across at Darius for some reason. That's probably because where we end up, Darius, after a good civic occasion. Quite rightly, it should involve raising a glass or three. So the serious point, I suppose, is we're blessed by the wealth of our community spirit across the city, aren't we? And we're lucky enough, we've got many people who care about helping each other now. I know you're looking to see, am I in that photograph? Well, the answer is, I've got pictures of all of you, and I am prepared to release them, preferably to the Gazette, should you not give me the cooperation I require. All right, look, I'm kind of making the point in not a very well way. We have a shared aim here, don't we? And the leader of the day has those kind of opportunities and obligations to be accessible, to raise a glass with whoever it might be coming round. I suppose two serious points after this would be that seeing staff has been really instructive. I make a point of asking them what they think and what they feel. And the good news is they tell me. And the even better news is a lot of it's quite good. They've got a huge amount of respect for the senior leaders. And I think it's genuine. That's how it comes across to me. It's not just politeness or courtesy, and it's unprompted. That is not for us to underestimate, because they are carrying that load of change. Let's be frank, selling it in a way that we can only help with by how we recognise the challenges for our staff, for our officers, and I can do this a bit by how I can show and reinforce the support that we have for them. I'll stop at that on community leadership. I hope it's plain enough. Almost there, right. So next slide, please. Thank you very much. All right, so it's fatal to ever try and score things, but I thought I'd have a go. Right, so what I've walked you through is a sea of words, but I hope I've left some impressions of both where we stand and where we head. So I thought, well, I'll have a go at scorecard. I tell you, I spent far too long on this. So I get up early and go to bed late and don't see the wife. Right, so now you'll mark my scorecard. So here's my kind of selective crack on how we stand, including leadership and politics, because those shape our prospects. So the bottom line is probably the most important of that. I think you'll kind of get the ones above. I've kind of described it to you. They've got real strength in external relationships. That makes everything else a little easier. We've got lots to do in strategic change, but isn't it great to have lots to do? Isn't it great in hard times to have lots of great projects coming through? The momentum of our recent wins, and we've got some others to come, I tell you, that lead to investment in the city and make us more attractive, and then draw in private investment. That combination is just great. You can bet Sam is selling all that hard. Well, this is happening, that's happening, this is coming through. The council are great people, we're working with them, and he will be talking that way. But if you go down to the bottom line, there's nothing that's going to be easy, because we're making change on a wide front. And of course, we have to worry about the bottom line. So we have to get a grip, don't we, of cost and commitment. You know, I'm very grateful to Mark, Corey, amongst others, members, William, who will make it plain his worries about not being commercial enough. Well, we're not a commercial organisation, we're not private sector. I've seen both, and they've all got faults and flaws. But we do have to bring that kind of discipline that says risk and return really matter. We have to understand those, I think, in a way that perhaps we haven't always done before. We've got lots to do on the bottom line. Where we stand, you might remember, members, 5 million to get rid of just 20%. Don't worry about the operating costs, whilst you get grip on the capital projects, which in my view we have done, whilst you weigh up the challenges that lie ahead, which we'll touch on perhaps later. I think we're probably halfway. The feel of it for me is not more than the numbers. The feel to me about halfway through the first phase of savings, income raising, structural changes. Those are the things that matter, and some gap filling. Well, that you have to do if things don't come quite right. We're only at the beginning of scoping the next phase, which is the deeper work, transformational change. But we will start to have that emerge through the end of this year and into next. So if I was to offer a kind of careful conclusion, saying there's an awful lot of amber there and a touch of red going to amber, we do have, this is public session, but I'm being as frank with you as I can, we do have the leadership, we do have the means, we do have the attitudes that's required. And they have, as I've just said, they have to include a more determined and commercial focus on delivery, time, cost, risk and return. I've asked today Henry McGrath, who does a fantastic job, most would say, on risk management, ensuring it's taken to the attention of senior officers, it's embedded in conversations and the way people work, and it's brought here. And we've had some, Dennis and I, united about a love of risk registers. That, I've suggested to her, needs to include bringing out the point I've just made about looking at that financial, commercial focus, risk and reward. A cultural change in some places, and we have to remember, and it's easy to forget it, we do have a variety of obligations which include our social obligations, our obligations to help support people. Know that supporting them, well, that's money out, yes, but that's what we are about, it's what we choose to do, it's a standard we set, it's more than the obligations we have. So where will that get us to if I glance forward? Well, barring the most surprising of fairy godmother events, it's going to take us some years. So my message to myself, to colleagues, is we have to think in terms of the medium term. So it's 2, 3 to 4 years, I think, before we work our way through all of this, if we do it well. So the mindset has to be that it's having several years to work through complex organisational and delivery change and take your residents with us, because the difficult half-glimpsed future lies with the council doing less, ergo there being less or others doing more. And that transition, where you want to lose as little as possible, deserves and will need some time. I can't spell it out now. That's a conversation we'll have more jointly. But that's where I see us, and to do that, we will have to accept, and we have got the substance of them, that we use reserves. In my view, that is likely, no more than we need, to smooth that path, so we do that as well as we can. We apply energy, expertise, resource to the transitions in terms of their impact, not just in terms of cutting out what we no longer can afford to do. I think I'm probably almost there. I want one more slide, Chair. I did say I'll go beyond 5, all right. So I just put down some of the things in my mind, the array of challenges. And the reason I do that, as you glance at that, the right-hand side is something that's been circulated before by Pam. It's very small print, but you have seen it. It will come round again. It's just a set of the transformational work themes that officers are starting to work up. The left-hand side just kind of captures some of the things we've talked about that matter, from the organisation and its change to the working effectively in the context of changing boundaries and changing authority, whilst we still deliver stuff, still look after members, still make sure we look after residents. That, Chair, is my pitch, my briefing, and I'm very happy to take any questions of the suit.
Thank you, Councillor King, for that thorough and insightful and quite concise presentation. Okay, I'm going to kick it off. I'm interested in David King, the bloke, and how you manage, the threat of the annual chop, because we have annual elections. You've now got hours away from a potential union ballot, which poses an immediate challenge. How do you deal with thinking about the long term? Because, we don't have to look very far back in history and see, just how future-proof that bypass was from 1929 to 1932, that was built in-house, with in-house engineers, massive future-proofing because there was barely any cars on the road. We had, around the time of the Great War, we had electric trams that could get you from North Station to the Hive, up to Straight Road. And, before that, the Victorians built things like the Chapel Viaduct, incredible feats of engineering and future-proofing. So that reminds me of the need to sometimes sort of look ahead, beyond the immediate electoral term and the immediate realm of your scope of influence. How do you do that? As David King, the bloke who is probably prodded about, the odd bit of litter or pothole or thing that isn't even in his gift. How do you get rid of that treacle and think big picture stuff?
Thank you. Great points there. With difficulty, because actually, as each of us recognise here, there is a real span, isn't there? Just being the role of a councillor, and I am a councillor. I have to respond to residents. I have help with that, but I might rely upon Martin in Mile End and Alison in Highwoods a bit more than the ideal, but I do my best, and it's very connecting to go and see people, to walk the streets and go around and help them with an issue. And there's nothing wrong. I do every time I go out for a very short run, because there's not enough time of the day, and go and pick up some litter and have Jan moan at me for why I can't not pick it up when I'm on a walk with her. She's also very rare. But the more seriously, I think we're structured as an organisation with the help of the senior officers to have that look forward. That obviously helps, but I think it fits my nature. We're cursed by it and we're suited by it. I'm used to trying to have that balance. We all seek to strike between the everyday and looking forward, and the circumstances absolutely require us to do it. In terms of how we might manage, if I could take one of the other points you made, Gareth, it would be by looking to our strengths and reminding myself and us of them, and appeal, not just by sentiment, but I know that has weighed, but appeal to the logic and the intellect of you here and colleagues elsewhere by saying, working this through this has got to be done together. You know, back to your point about the year, I will say, but I stopped saying it because people stop and go, we've got to be with the council, yeah, for the moment. But in my back of my mind, in all seriousness, I just bear that in mind. There will be a time when that nice badge, which was very nicely loaned to me, will have, you know, scratched in my own ink, my name, but hopefully not for a while yet. But the time will come. So I actually, in all seriousness, approach it all on that basis, that we're passing on the baton to other colleagues. So the best way of doing this is to have the team game now. You know, that's a challenge you can always bring back to me, because I think I mostly will pass it. I'm certainly willing to have it. How we work together, that is the biggest determinant of our prospects of being successful as a council. And that then, it removes, so he's gone, whoever he or she may be, because we're working together broadly in the same place about what matters most, then we will be successful. I can talk about pay if you want.
Well, yeah, why not? I'll give you a compliment and say that I agree with your scorecard on green with external relationships. And I don't think we've always been in that position in the short time that I've been in this place. And I think you do have a part in that you do talk to everyone and anyone, even people that you know disagree with you. I think that's the right thing to do. Let's hear about the pay dispute then, because we do have unfortunate levels of staff absenteeism at the moment, and we know partly why that is because of the way in which some of our waste is collected, probably, which is an ongoing conversation. But yeah, it's not good to see that there's an industrial dispute on the horizon. Is this unique to this authority, or is it happening elsewhere in the region? And what can you do to try and influence it to be a good outcome so that the residents get their waste collected, etc., etc.?
Thank you. Several points in there, if I might. So we've got Jess here. She can talk to this until you want to go home rather than stay here with us. Absenteeism, the phrase I think we might use better, and I know you'll accept this, would be sick absence, and rather than not wanting to be here. No doubt there will be some people who have made that choice because whatever set of pressures in their head, in their life, in the workplace, and we need to understand that. But and I don't have the latest data. Jess and I talk about it sometimes, but yeah, thank you. It is on the right direction, and we have to keep working that. We are a good employer, but we've got a lot of people damaged by life, damaged by the pandemic. Interesting, hearing the remark, which I would say as a grandfather I can see, although I've got some very resilient grandchildren, I have to say I've got some others who really aren't. I can talk about them, they're mine. They're all over the place, and we need to adjust our working life to help them. We have to help people who are injured. And you're absolutely right to mention waste. We don't talk about it enough. We injure our staff by our choices in terms of how waste will be collected, and they deserve us to do a bit better. This is not about that dreadful Lib Dem or council tax, I hasten to add. Let's not talk about that. We've got better things to talk about respectfully. But that's in the right direction. That's going in the right place. And let's keep on it. On pay, disputes are just part of life when there's a difference, right? So there are some technical parts of this, how I look at this. There's a difference between the national position on pay and the position that this council has because of the history has meant that we negotiated differently. There are real implications of doing the easy thing, which is to say, okay, we'll meet your demand and settle nationally. It's where I think we might end up one day. That's a conversation to be had. At the moment, the differences are actually by scale, and the way we've sculpted it has been thoughtful to look after those who are most vulnerable. And the differences are actually small, but of course they can matter. So we're just going to have to respectfully wait until the result's in, which I think is Thursday. Yes. And then we will act. I could just talk to the principle, which is we are looking ahead to where we might be. We say we'll have a kind of radio silence commentary respectfully about that difference. We wouldn't describe it as it was described in the press. We can't be sure what our workforce will do. We think they may not vote for strike action. Regardless, we have to see this as an important moment that we got to this place. So what I would want to do is make sure that when we settle, because we will have to, the terms will be the conversation point, but when we settle, we are immediately then saying, okay, how, what price, because it is significant. 600k, I think, is the cost of the differential. When you're leaking money, as we are, living off reserves, an extra 600k this year and every year, even if on an individual basis you might understand it, collectively that's a significant extra challenge. And it will mean, because we cannot borrow for revenue, it will mean less service and or less people employed in the organisation. That's not any kind of malice said, that's just a fact.
Okay, I see Councillor McLean, I see Councillor Smalls, I see Councillor Rowe.
Thank you. So, on the topic of pay rises, how have they been done? I've got a few questions, by the way. How have they been done across all, at every rank in the council? Have they been done at a flat rate, or are they been done at a sort of percentage? And there's a thing called the National Joint Council, which recommends pay, and as I'm aware that we're paying, at least at the lower pay scale, we're paying below it, and the pay rise that's been offered is varying about half of what is being offered for councils subscribed to the National Joint Council. And correct me if any of my facts are wrong. So councils, other councils in Essex that are subscribed to that will be getting about a flat rate of 1,925. We're offering 1,000 with a one-time 500 extra. But is this flat rate? Is it a flat rate at every level? Because I'm not, when there's times of economic hardship, I think flat rate is always the way to go, because it doesn't create more inequality. In fact, it does the opposite. It closes an inequality gap, I think, in pay.
Should I try and answer?
Councillor McLean, you said you've got other questions. Can we park those other ones unless they're on the pay area? And I'm just looking at Councillor Smalls and Rowe. If you want to add anything about pay into the mix, this is our point to do that. No?
I think those are my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Over to the leader, thank you.
Mine isn't specifically about the pay, but obviously it is related. I'm not going to... it's a comment as much as anything, because I saw the Gazette front cover that we're probably all referring to, and my absolute fear is the stigma and what might happen to our workers who are identifiable, and that obviously comes from my own experience of being involved in industrial disputes and working outside and wearing a uniform and experiencing verbal abuse because of that. I just want people to remember that if the workers do vote to strike, that will not have been an easy decision for them, and they're likely, they're going to lose money. They're going to be feel all sorts of emotions about that, and it can endanger relationships between staff, management, and I think so I'm not going to comment on pay and and that sort of thing, but it's just if they do choose to strike, how can we look after our workers? How can we protect them and just care for them?
Thank you, Faye, because that's an extra angle to this conversation. So we got Sam, thank you. Some thanks. I'll talk to him in principle, and Jess can correct me. I suggest you do, Jess, if that's required. But can I just say what I understand, and let's keep it simple because we talk about scales and everything else, it isn't simple. So our approach has been to seek, just remind ourselves of that. And we set aside 4% in the budget the full council approved, and that's been used. It's been sculpted to provide at one end something like 7.7%, so for those who are at the lower end of the scale, and nothing extra for those at the top. It would mean as you go up it, then perhaps it's 3%. So it is sculpted and shaped to recognise quite a breadth of, well, a huge breadth of jobs and therefore of salaries. So as I've described it, so it's been sensitive both to the look of things, but also to the heart of things, which favours your point, which I'll come back to in a moment. Some of your numbers are right. I have circulated them certainly to group leaders. So, and I'm happy to read that we do that again if that's useful. But we're going to know in a couple of days' time. I would say to you that in terms of, if I can just shift to the approach and style, which actually should be part of the answer to you, Faye, about how we handle people, the answer is we do it, as I've said, respectfully, because this moment will be over. We will do all we can to avoid a strike, and we're hopeful there won't be one called, right? So, but those are a couple steps ahead. Firstly, we'll know what the workforce think. We've been at pains to try and be clear. It's a conversation Jess and I have had, and the chief exec need to be clear, empathetic, because that's what we are, a good employer. Our relationships, back to the earlier piece, determine whether people, not always, but some of them, whether they stay here or not. We've got good relationships in the round with staff. There'll obviously be moments and individuals won't there, but in the round we have, that's to be treasured, right? That is part of the package. The package is also more than salary, and there are differences between some authorities and others. We think we're better than many. There's the flexibility of work life that we encourage, and others are perhaps in a similar place, but all I'm just saying is it's not as simple as the money. There is a difference on the money. It's not as great as it might seem, the sculpted pay line. But our approach is one that I feel sure that you would want to endorse. Managers have been asked to be clear. The language is neutral. So the workforce, workplace, atmosphere should be, this is my take, and why I hear that, it should be to the point in the sense of we have to be clear, do you understand what the pay offer is? Now the union rightly will say, do you understand what you might get, what you might miss out on? But as an employer, that's the only thing I can talk to if I'm mine. We have to be very clear, and I've asked repeatedly, keep it simple. Keep it simple. It's got to be taken home to the missus or whoever the partner might be to say, I might or might not go on strike, and this is one. The difference is. So we've helped. I think we played the right role in making it possible for it to be understood. That's not easy. The reasons I've just described. If anybody has a problem with abuse, then the same things would apply for at any time for any reason. We will be fully supportive. We are not going to separate between, and we will not get to this point, is my view. But if we were, we're not going to separate our workforce any more than making that step which you described. And I've been on strike 40 years ago, a long time ago, but I kind of understand, it felt a big deal. And so we'll feel a big deal for people here. But that's not a moment we want to get to. We do all we can to avoid it.
Just before I go to Councillor Rowe, I just want to see if Jess or the Chief Executive wanted to make any more comments to this item. Okay. Pam, please have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, the leader doesn't need any support from me in progressing this conversation, but as head of paid service, I do think I've got 1 or 2 points that's important that I make. So first of all, I think I'm right in saying, Jess, the vote is still live. So I am keen to avoid any debate or discussion that might compromise that position. That's the first thing to say. And I think, if I'm very honest with you, that is my preoccupation this week, because it's a very serious position to be in, and it's one that I take extremely seriously, not only in terms of the workforce and their well-being, and the great anxieties that they have been through in getting to this point, but also, of course, for our residents, for which we have a shared responsibility. But just some reassurances from me as Chief Exec. First of all, there has been, and the leaders referred to this, full engagement with staff, particularly those who might consider themselves and are lower paid, and a big investment by managers in making sure they understand the reasons why we're in this position. Secondly, I don't think I'm breaking any confidence in saying that throughout this period of negotiation with the union, the conversations have been extremely frank, honest, and collaborative. And we have been very clear, I have been very clear with the unions that we'd rather not be in this position, that we would prefer to be in a position where we can pay a fair wage for a fair day's work. But because of our financial position, that has proved to be extremely difficult. And the consequences of doing that are dire for the rest of our workforce and, equally importantly, for our residents. And it's why, and it goes back to some of the things that you said, David, about the need to transform. It's why we must transform. It's why over the next 3 years, we must engage on a period of transformation, readjustment and resetting so that we can afford to live within our means. And part of that means paying our staff well and fairly. And my last point really is with regard to some of the non-pay benefits which we are able to offer to our staff. And I'm not going to go into those in detail today, but I think the general consensus, and I know this because with the Deputy Chief Exec, I have spent the last 6 months visiting every single team in the council. People want to work for the council. They enjoy the flexibility of employment, they enjoy the benefits of a local government pension scheme, and they enjoy the investment, despite our challenges, we continue to make in their personal development. So I've probably said enough, but I'm just keen to avoid anything that might compromise our position before Thursday. Thank you. Thank you, Leader. Thanks, Chair.
Pam, I assume that you're comfortable enough with what has been said. Is
Yes.
there nothing you would wish to correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are we all happy over here to move on? Okay. Thank you, Pam. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Leader, for excellent summary. I do appreciate that you're here very regularly, if not all the time, and we do get plenty of opportunity to talk to you, and you do listen and you do talk to us, which is very much appreciated. Just to clarify, when I gestured earlier, I did actually mean it was expensive to rehire rather than that staff would be going elsewhere for more money. Because I do understand it is an expensive cost. If you have a high turnover and a high churn of staff, those costs to rehire and retrain people, something you have to be acutely aware of. And I think that sort of drives into the whole theme of what you were trying to portray around difficult times, difficult decisions. And I was interested that, you know, some of the sort of wider issues and the wider risks that we face as a council, for example, the ceiling upstairs in Moot Hall, which is a rather large bill. And I don't know if you've actually clarified how much that will cost yet, but I will leave it to you to decide if you wish to clarify that later or if you wish to dodge that question. But in general, the theme, and I was interested in what you said sort of earlier, and you mentioned government rent controls. And I think there's sort of a theme here around, you mentioned if the government rent controls weren't in place, due to the model that we have, you implied that the model would or could look to raise rents for those individuals in CBH. I'll leave that again for you to confirm or deny when I relinquish the floor back to you. But it's something that we discussed with CBH, and I wondered if it had sort of filtered its way down to you. Have you investigated how many high income tenants you have in CBH? and if and the ability to increase rents to market rates. That's an interesting one for you to investigate. And I find it odd that you mentioned cost cutting. There's along with difficult decisions and cost pressures that we have, yet we don't mention anything around the cost cutting in the waste and recycling plan. I think we touched on it earlier. The collection of garden waste, £1.8 million is the number that is attributed to the business plan. However, in the first year, I think it's 11%, 17%, and then a maximum after 3 years of 50%. We're worried about cost, yet there is no plan for us to reduce the cost of collecting that garden waste. And I understand that there's complexities around that, and you can't reduce the size of the collection team, or however it breaks down, to manage 11% and then get it up to 50. But you could reduce it, say 20% down to, reduce the costs down to say 80% to look to meet the 50% that you're going to get after year 3. There seems to be nothing in the business plan around reducing those costs. And I think, your positive point that you made earlier around transformation, these are the things that I think as a councillor, and hopefully I speak for the wider group of councillors as well, that would be interested to see these type of decisions that you're making and how you go about making these decisions, because I agree that there is definitely ground where we can agree on. And I think if you was to allow us access to the accounts and us to have a sort of a more forensic view of how the money is being spent, rather than as great as your scorecard was, it would be lovely to see, a set of accounts instead of the scorecard. And I think that goes back to sort of some of the things that we voted on around transparency and access to the accounts in the past. So there's a few things there for you to mull over and to decide how you wish to respond to. And I will leave it there. Thank you very much, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe.
I think that was well said, Gareth. Ring the bell. And look, it's fine. The best conversations are frank ones. I'll just walk through the points you've raised. So, as regards to Moot Hall, I've heard a lot of numbers, but none from an official source. I've had a glimpse of the glance at the initial survey, which shows, I don't know what is the mix of not done as well as we might hope, done as best as it could be, wear and tear, time, design over many years. Whatever it is what it is. It's clear there's going to be very significant work there. It's going to take a long time, so it will be a large build, whatever it might be. We might want it to be, but I haven't got one yet. We will, when we're in a position of knowing, then that's one of those things that we will share in the usual kind of way. But this is not an issue of dispute. We have a legal obligation to, and we have a love of the building. That's a fantastic place, is it not? And we must do the right thing. It could have been 2 years ago, 5 years ago, or 10 years ago that some of this might have been, and has been seen and anticipated and maybe mitigated. It's hard to say, but we are where we are and must put it right and support that as a legal and a sort of moral obligation, in my view, for our heritage as much as anything else. I think that that's probably all I can say on that, other than just to say that if we talk about transformation, and thank you, because that's a link I want to make. Of course, we are doing, and we shared this, and it will be done cross-party. We shared what we've got in terms of a knowledge of assets, in all their many forms, and the current indication value. I've got in my head 248 million it is, somebody said. Those things get reviewed regularly in support of the accounts, the work that we do. So we're clear what we want to do as a council. We're forming up a central team for asset management, in effect, here in the City Council, drawing in the expertise that's necessary from elsewhere, and we'll strengthen that as required. then we can have a fascinating conversation, which will have to be had cross-party. Because we want consensus, is so central. We want broad order understanding where we go. Where we end up, I hope a lot will be held and kept and valued, but we should keep and use alive to the value, to the return, to whether or not we should make decisions about return, social or otherwise, on those assets. All lies ahead. But I think we're very clear-eyed about this. I am. It's taken a long time to get to this point doing this work, but we will do it, we will share it, so it will be very much open book. And actually, here's the good news: how lucky we are to have such an extraordinary array of everything from, football pitches and waste grounds to strips of verge and patches we can build on, and garage sites we can convert into housing, and a huge housing stock, almost to one side. We can tend to lose sight of that, and all the potential that Northern Gateway as a prime site has already shown and will yet offer. So lots of great things to look forward to, but it's an intense period of work to come. On rent controls, I don't claim to know enough about the model, but I do know that the more that any government of any colour tunes a framework for a point and purpose, which is usually temporary, that always presents a problem for those who've had it tuned for them. We've got to make it work as a round, and let's just leave it at that. There are pressures in that equation, not least rightly raising the standard of accommodation. Now, if you get grants and assistance financially, that's great, but it tends to be part assistance, part grant, part exhortation, and part burden sharing. So this is more difficult than it's been before in my view, but we have to look at it as a whole. Cost cutting, waste.
Sorry to interrupt,
yeah,
Leader, just before we get there, but there was a very specific point that Councillor Rowe raised, which I appreciate. This is not your forte necessarily, but I think he was looking for a signal for your view on the appropriateness of high income earners living in social housing, that they potentially have a right to buy on in the future. I think that's what Councillor Rowe was getting at. If you had the desire to give a signal to a view on that.
My personal view, taking it in the way you've expressed it, if that's all right, Thomas, about right to buy. This will be wonderful if you're in that position, but we have to accept it's destructive of our housing stock, and the numbers are stark. Looking back over the last 20 years or so, it looks to me at a very quick glance, I may misremember, there's about a quarter of the stock's gone. So this is a tide out with limited returns and then controls and constraints on what you can do with the money. So for me, if I was in charge, I'd be looking to tailor that. I think I'd recognise my personal, if David King was in charge of everything, heaven help us, and heaven help Rishi as well. I would want it, who would? One would want to tailor an exit from that, is what I think, so that you don't turn off people who just by the sake of a date miss an opportunity that perhaps they've been waiting for and feel that they're paying towards for 20 years, but that you recognise that social imperative of keeping your housing stock. So I would tailor a scheme, if it was down to me, that closed right to buy over time, but you'd have to have a real conversation about how that would work and what would be the right balance. That's the honest answer.
Thank you. It was also around more around paying market rents rather than right to buy, just to clarify.
Well, I think as a council, Tom, that's what I would say. We've been pretty joined up on this, that there are people who need help to have a home over there, to keep a home. That's what lies behind social and affordable housing, and there's well understood conventions about what degree of discount that gives. And that gets you into a wider equation too about what housing benefit supports are available from government. I don't think it's inappropriate to continue that model for the reason I've just described, but that's all I'll say.
Just to be 100% clear, I'm not talking about lower income people. So when we spoke to CBH, and it was vaguely clarified that in order to pay market rent in a CBH home, you would have to earn £100,000 as an individual And that was something that we thought didn't seem particularly right and should be looked at and investigated, because that seems to be a rather high number and much higher than the average wage in Colchester and much higher than the threshold that we should be handing out social housing to people. So I think that's where the point is. And obviously, because we know that we have a number of people in Colchester who are looking for social housing, and we have at least 300 people on the waiting list who need it. And all we have to do is, if we find 300 people that are currently, at the higher end, how could we better use that housing stock? And I just want to make sure that that's on your radar of something that we should be looking at and should be pushing CPH on.
Well, thank you. Now I'm clear. There were 3 questions in.
So, sorry if I've confused matters as well by adding the words right to buy in there, but I think Councillor Rowe is clear. He's saying, is our social housing stock being used by people who need it, or are there people in there who've got very big wages who are enjoying the subsidy? I think that's where he's coming from, for clarity.
No, look, thank you. I don't like to make snap judgments, even at the end of a long evening. But of course, I'm in the same instinctive place, which is if you're doing very well in social housing, which is in demand, that kind of raises a very fair question. How you implement it, how you manage it, how you allow for circumstances, well, that's a lot more complicated. But if I take it at its simplest level, is it now on my radar? Yes, it is. Thank you. The last point, Chair, on Thomas did a great job of putting about 8 points across in 3 minutes. No, it's all good stuff. I have no problem with it. Is back to waste and other forms of transformation. The answer was up on the slide, right? So we're going to look at, the organisation is already looking at that. We have to be frank that will involve some discomfort about the decisions we make, right? So if we go back to what I keep saying, we want to do this well, this change, we'll do this together. And doing it together will mean that some things we won't necessarily like. We've got to have a simpler waste service. Then we can make better decisions around cost cutting, cost change and cost saving. I hope that we'll also raise better income. We might have conservatively, small c, have forecasts. All right.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Willis, you've been quite quiet for a few moments, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with so much that the leader says. It's only a matter of politeness that I ask questions. Not to ask questions would probably be insulting. So I've bowled a few. Back to the point we were just talking about the rental cap and so on. There's a philosophical argument here, because do we leave money with the taxpayer or the tenant by charging lower rents or minimising council tax take, or do we, which is great for them, but poor for us because it limits our ability, or do we sort of maximise the amount we take in rent, as is the current model, and likewise with council tax, which leaves the council better able to provide its service, but leaves the people of the borough poorer because they're paying effectively more tax. I just wonder whether you think the balance is about right at the moment, because on many occasions I've heard criticism of the rental cap. But when you talk to tenants, that many of them would prefer to pay less and have the cash in their pocket. I just wondered where, as leader, you see the optimum point sitting, if indeed there is an optimum point on that sort of philosophical issue.
Yeah. Sam's prompting me with the answer. To some degree, this will depend on you on a philosophical, political perspective, but I'm where most people in life are, in the middle, and I think there is a balance to be struck between those different demands and different expectations. Genuinely, where I am, I'm really clear though that given that the HRA reflects lots of agreements with individuals and cost burdens and plans, all either in fruition or to come, that we've got to make sure that that works as a model. Otherwise, we're going to do real harm, and this will be to the tenants as well, and will be to their pocket by not being able to, for example, raise the standard and quality of their homes in a way that is already beyond most of the private sector, but needs to keep advancing and keep down energy costs and address in a small way, the climate challenges that we've agreed upon, as touched upon by our visiting speakers this evening. So it's going to have to be a thoughtful conversation in the centre would be my short answer, but it's got to work. The HRA equation's got to work.
We consult with the business community on the increase in business rates. There may be a statutory obligation to do so, but we certainly do it. We don't consult with other groups such as the tenants or the ordinary sort of ratepayer in the taxpayer in the street, other than via the council election ballot box. Do you think there should be greater consultation with the various paying stakeholders on where we sort of pitch council tax and council rents?
You give me some really quite nice googlies there, Dennis. I'm quite enjoying them. I'm not sure what to do other than stand still and play a straight bat on this. I mean, if it's a serious point, as opposed to a political point, if I can say that respectfully to you, then the answer is, of course, consultation has a value. But we have an obligation that is more than spending money on a consultation to say to tenants or residents, do you want to pay any more money? Because we kind of know what the answer will usually be, or that we're going to have to work very hard to express the obvious. We've got a duty and a responsibility to run the local authorities, where I would sort of step back towards. That duty and that responsibility is to ensure that we can pay our bills and provide the services that they want. It's an interesting point about consultation. I saw that Essex County Council have just set out a budget-making consultation, but when I looked through it, partly I was attracted, can I say, Dennis, and thought, well, I think we could probably use some of that. But I also saw that it had to be framed by Essex County Council in the kind of careful way that we would have to, i.e. to leave some executive freedom of movement when you've got the results, which does raise a question. It can help you, guide you where you might spend money or where you might save money. But as I say, we've got a responsibility to ensure, subject to the ballot box, which let's not forget is the ultimate test of opinion, isn't it? Yeah. That we take our responsibilities seriously, and balancing the books is just that. And last thing, I know you love numbers. I think you do, Dennis, from conversations we've had before. Let's not forget, and we do know this, that what we can raise from council tax, at least what comes to us, is pence and pounds only. It all matters, I know. It was running at a quarter of the rate of inflation at one point. It's going to be probably half of what it will be by the time you reset it again. So, that's all I would sort of say. We are not squeezing the taxpayers of the city. And we compare, we're broadly in the middle, I think, from our last look, the median of where others sit. As tonight would have shown you, I hope, we're working hugely hard to make sure we raise income, keep ourselves effective, deliver well. And we have to have some income from the population to help us do that, but it will not be increasing at the rate of inflation.
Okay, my second question comes again from looking back to our notes at the last time you were kind enough to visit us. And we had a discussion there on deprivation, noting that the majority of the deprivation in Colchester, which has a very much lower deprivation than the national average, was mainly in one small particular area on which activity can be focused. We I think we looked at the components of deprivation and what could be done to massage them upwards. Has there been any movement on measuring and ensuring that we have an upward trend for the multiple deprivation in one particular ward? I think at the end of our last conversation, you almost threw your hands up and said there's nothing, it's a long-term problem, it will take years and years, and it's very difficult to do anything. But I mean, are we focusing on a plan, you know, between yourself and the ward councillors of that particular ward and other agencies to come forward with a plan to ensure that we pull as much as we can out of multiple deprivation in a realistic timescale, rather than saying it will take decades to do?
Pam might want to add something to what I will say, still sticking with us, which I think is noble of her in the circumstances. But I would just say this: I don't recall quite answering it in the way you described. You might be right in the essence of it, Dennis, but it is realism to accept that deep deprivation, and we now know this better than we did before, has many causes and many cumulative effects, and only some of them are capable of being addressed by the City Council in the narrow sense. But we are able to address more of them and influence more of the possibilities and outcomes by working with our partners. So back to that word that I think we've all got more comfortable with in recent years. We have some great relationships, and Pam, as our Chief Exec, has actually maybe been instrumental in helping forge those before it became a little bit fashionable. You know, talking to Ed Garrett and hearing him talk frankly about how we're ahead of where much of the country is was really good to hear. So it's the cumulative effect of cumulative efforts, and I'll stop in a moment and pass to Pam if that's okay. But there are some specific investments and projects, and if you take one ward with a particular challenge, set of challenges, Greenstead, you know, I've touched on this earlier. I think we can be encouraged by what we're doing with a number of our partners that will make some difference, but this is not complex, not easy. Pam.
Thank you, Legion. Thanks for allowing me in, Chair. So I can't resist the opportunity to talk about some really exciting work in this area. So David's right, we've been at this partnership going for a long time, and particularly in relation to our partnership with health. And that really has matured to the point where, without wanting to blow our own trumpet, we are regarded as one of the most effective integrated care boards in the country, in North East Essex and Suffolk, and specifically the Alliance, the North East Essex Alliance, in which we are partners. And we're fortunate to be able to take a very different approach to deprivation now, because first of all, our agenda is shared with our health partners and others. And secondly, we've recognised, and I think it's been rather late in the day in coming, to be honest, that the approach has to be highly targeted. Well, I think that's been brought about by the crisis we're in financially, both the NHS and local government across the country, in recognising there's only so much money to go around, and therefore surely it should be invested in communities that are suffering particularly from deprivation. And it's only in very recent weeks that we've been able to take a massive step forward on that. And again, an innovative step. We have one of our senior leadership board, Rory Doyle, who many of you will know, has now very recently been appointed as a joint role with the NHS. And so he has now got his feet firmly in both camps, and he's able to bring about the sort of targeted focus on deprivation in more of our deprived wards. I think we're only just beginning to see the benefits of that. I am seeing them already, but I think the benefits are likely to play out over the coming months and years. And I think a particularly relevant example to give you is the work that Rory is doing tomorrow to try and progress the neighbourhood agenda. Now, there is a real opportunity to work with our NHS partners who've divided North East Essex up into 6 neighbourhoods in a truly integrated way that does a lot better in making sure the engagement with members is there. And so we have a partnership between our members, our elected members and our NHS professionals, targeting resources and focus and communication on those communities. So I think we're at the edge of innovation on this one and recognised for doing so. I actually think the time is probably right early in the new year to bring you an update on that so you can see how the targeted approach is working. So I'll take that as an action if I may.
Yeah, thank you for the update. And my approach is really, as we were talking on the skills issue, that we're talking about lots of interesting activity going on, which is clearly going to help the situation. But at the end of the day, bean counters like myself say, leader, do you have a plan which is going to pull more of those super output areas out of multiple deprivation? Will we see in 6 months, 12 months time, some of those areas which at the moment are causing difficulties removed from the multiple deprivation index? Yeah, because to me that is when we start seeing the results of all the work that's going in. And at the moment we see the resources going into Grinstead, but I want to see the effect of those resources. And at the moment there seems to be no leadership plan on improving the situation. And we know it will improve, but it also has to be measured so that we can assure ourselves that there have been real improvements as a result of the considerable investment in time and government money that's being put in. So I'm just a little disappointed that we don't have a formalised plan for bringing Grinstead out of multiple deprivation.
May I? We do have a plan. I think it's important to recognise that the strategic plan from the North East Essex Alliance is our plan, and our strategic plan is theirs. In other words, we share the same priorities. And what people like Rory, and I know I'm focusing on him, but it's a much wider team. It's recognising that we do have a number of joint posts did by the NHS in our establishment. The focus on Grinstead, I think, is going to come into very sharp focus in relation to the Heart of Grinstead project, which of course will see town deal money alongside commercial investment going directly into our most deprived community. And you don't have that sort of investment without evaluating the impact. And I think that's what you want to see. However, I can't promise any early wins on that. I think the other thing to say is that there are a whole raft of other issues at play that we can't control. For example, the cost of living crisis and the further reduction in the quality of health and mortality rates across our most deprived communities. They are very long-term solutions, and only last week I was talking to the Director of Public Health, Lucy Whiteman, in the context of what's happening in another part of the country, and that's Canvey Island, where we refer to some of the successes we've had locally, but recognise this is a really long journey. However, I do think on a neighbourhood level, you will see some shorter term benefits, and that's why I'm committing to bringing an update on our shared neighbourhood plan that will work with councillors to deliver more transactional, operational, immediate change. So I'll personally make sure that we have a member briefing on that early in the new year, so you can see some of the evidence that I think you're quite right to call for.
Thank you. I will shelve my remaining 4 questions until the leader's next delightful visit to the scrutiny panel, given the late hour.
It is around 10 o'clock. We do have members of staff that probably need to lock the building up. I'm just going to see Councillor Rowe very quickly, looking around the room. Are we able to wrap this up? Okay, Councillor Rowe, quickly.
Very quick point on something that you mentioned earlier, Councillor King, and something that you mentioned, Pam, around not having immediate statistics to back up short-term wins. I don't think that's necessarily what we're asking for or what we're getting at. I think we understand that these are long-term projects that are going to take a long period of time, and I don't think we should necessarily be worried about statistics showing short-term failure as long as we have a plan that shows a long-term trend of growth and how we're going to improve Colchester. I think working together, that's what we should be looking for. Thank you.
I mean, the answer is simply put is of course. I mean, I think one of the challenges always is there's a huge amount of information, perhaps in different places. And I think Pam's brought out that what's been happening and coming to fruition in recent months, to be shared, and we will, is emergent, and by its nature, gives us both an extra edge and possibility. But I'm really comfortable, and I'm sure Pam is too, that I take the point completely that we need to have, and there's a real discussion about how much, but we need to have some sense of how do you measure where you are, where you're heading, and alive to the factors that I and Pam touched on. We can't do much about, and Thomas, you recognise the practical limitations of what we can do, that we certainly do know what we are doing to contribute to better lives for people, and that I'm very happy that we make sure we share.
Thank you, Leader. And as the bell chimes 10 o'clock, I am going to wrap this one up, and to thank you for your time this evening, and as ever, all your time you give to this place and to Colchester. We've had some really useful discussions. Councillor Rose giving you some good homework there around housing policy or social housing policy, whether we need to consider looking at how we can best support those who are truly in need and not necessarily let people who have very big salaries live in social housing. It's a good piece of homework to look at. Councillor Willits, as ever, has raised the importance of measurability of data and benchmarking so we can see progress. I thought it was very touching, Councillor Small's reference to personal experience in the context of employment challenges internally where you have dispute and the need to temper language and be mindful of our responsibility as an employer to people who want to keep working with us. And I will give you a reminder that I, again, praise your work externally. We're fostering external relationships. I think we all had a smile on our face when we saw some of those images, but some of those images were really important, and none more so for me than our collective effort around welcoming His Majesty the King here for city status, and your role in that was exemplary. I think we can all be proud of that. I'm going to wrap it up there, and to thank you for your time this evening. Owen, we do need to have a look at the work programme before I completely wrap it up. So I'm going to hand it over to you to tell us where we are on that.
Just a quick formality, Mr. Chairman, as we have just slipped past 10 o'clock, we just need to get the view of the panel as to whether or not they want to hear this last item. Hopefully it's a formality, but...
Agreed.
Brilliant. I have nothing to add except...
Yes. I love British democracy. I love it.
A 5-page report and a 10-page PowerPoint. I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions on it. Just a couple of additions which came in after the publication of this agenda. We're now looking at the 12th of March meeting for scheduling the local highways panel item that the panel has previously requested, and that should suit hopefully Councillor Luxford-Orme, who's already giving a briefing to that, so that makes sense. The Extra Crime and Disorder Committee meeting that we were looking at, it looks like the 11th of March is the only date that we can go for, as Chief Inspector Cox got back to me. He could do the 11th and he could do the 18th, but the 18th is already penciled in for potentially an extra full council meeting. So with the panel's indulgence, I'll add the 11th of March onto our work programme and apologise for the back-to-back meetings.
That's a Monday, isn't it? 11th of March, Monday.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, yep. Right, I'm booking my babysitter now, thank you. With that, I close the meeting. Wish you all a safe and pleasant journey home. Look forward to seeing you again soon. Bye-bye.
And thank you, everybody, for your patience tonight. Long session. Thanks.